Interface. A man without ethics is a wild beast loose upon this world. Albert Camus. In just about every area of society, there's nothing more important than ethics. Henry Paulson. Introduction. Ethics is a system of moral principles that is concerned with human conduct. It studies the norms or standards of right and wrong used to judge actions. It studies what is morally right or wrong, just or unjust. In simple words, ethics refers to what is good and the way to get it, and what is bad and how to avoid it. In philosophy, ethics outlines the nature of the obligations that people have towards themselves and one another as well as what is good for the individual and society. Sources of ethics. Religion. It is one of the oldest foundations of ethical standards. It is the most important source of ethics as religious teachings often prescribe what is right and wrong and society subscribes to such norms. Legal system. Legal system of any country acts as a guiding source for human behavior in the society. Human conscience. Conscience helps a man to differentiate between good and bad, and certain standards for society are acceptable for all conscientious men. Culture. It is a pattern of those behaviors and values that are considered as ideal or within the acceptable limits which are transferred from one generation to another. It is the culture that defines certain behavior as acceptable and others as unacceptable. Family systems. Family system are traditional or cultural values that pertain to the family's structure, function, roles, beliefs, attitudes, and ideals. Hence the family system becomes a source of ethics. Thinkers and philosophers, they serve as role models for people and aid in society's quest for new virtues. Importance of ethics. Provides moral map. Ethics provides us with a moral map, a framework that we can use to find our way through difficult issues. Help to resolve moral issues. Ethics does provide good tools for thinking about moral issues. It doesn't always show the right answer to moral problems, but it can eliminate confusion and clarify the issues. Ensures individual as well as social good. Ethics is an attempt to guide human conduct and it is also an attempt to help man in leading a good life by applying moral principles. It aims at individual good as well as social good, the good of mankind as a whole. Origin of ethics. Ethics originated from the Greek word, ethos, and the Latin, mores, which mean, custom, ways of behavior, human character. Mackenzie defines ethics as, the study of what is right or good in human conduct, or the science of the ideal involved in human life. Sath. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0, ethics. Attainment of highest good, summum bonum, the highest good, the definitive happiness, is the goal of an ethical system. Resolves ethical dilemmas. Ethical values such as honesty, trustworthiness, responsibility help guide us along a pathway to deal more effectively with ethical dilemmas. Frees from bias and prejudices. Application of moral principles and ethical values in our life helps to deconstruct the wrong conceptions, attitude and helps to avoid bias and prejudices. Effective decision making. Ethics guides us to make right, just and inclusive decisions aimed at personal as well as societal interest. Absence of ethics leads to individual level, abusing behavior, domestic violence, casteism, selfishness, cheating behavior, unemphatic, bystander apathy etc. Social level, acceptance of corruption, commodification of women, increased materialism, ends surpass means, drug addiction, violence, communalism, gender crimes, disrespect towards women, elders and disabled etc. Political level, criminalization of politics and politicization of criminals, power abuse, power concentration, defections, instability to government, violence, communalism, use of money and muscle power, abuse of constitution etc. Adherence to human rights, lack of ethics has been the cause of wars or genocide many times in history. Bureaucratic level, corruption, nepotism, trust deficit, punishment postings, red tapeism, poor decisions, personal gains, favoritism, conflict of interest, abuse of power, neglect of public welfare, poor implementation of schemes and welfare programs etc. International level, ceasefire violation, encroachment at border areas, cross-border terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking, organized crime, safe tax havens, protectionism, vaccine nationalism, nuclearization, conflict war, erodes legitimacy of international institutions etc. Accountability, without ethics there is an erosion of accountability as shown by various countries. Environmental level, illegal deforestation, encroachment of natural water bodies, animal torture, illegal mining and depletion of natural resources, wildlife crime etc. Evaluation of ethics. Evaluation of ethical conduct means to respect the rights of participants and ensure minimization from the potential harm. It can be done on the basis of free will. A choice is evaluated for ethical or unethical when it is chosen from available options freely. If someone has only one choice, we cannot term it as ethical or unethical. Knowledge. We cannot exercise free will in an ethical manner, unless and until we have knowledge of its consequences. Example: baby's action of destroying something is not unethical, because the baby does not have knowledge of it. Fear. If someone tries to kill you and you kill him in self-defense, you are acting under fear for your life. So, it's subject to legal scrutiny but not ethical scrutiny. Pathological status. Husband suffering from schizophrenia mistreats his wife. This is not subject to ethical scrutiny because he's suffering from a mental disorder, so he lacks the knowledge and free will. Habit. Since childhood, Japanese are trained to apologize profusely even for slightest mistake or discomfort caused to another human. Value system. A fallen samurai would prefer to commit ritual suicide rather than suffering torture by his enemies, because it is part of his Bushido honor code. Scope of ethics. The scope of ethics indicates its subject matter. It includes whatever has reference to free human acts, voluntary actions. Concern for something or someone other than ourselves, as well as our own interests and self-interest, lies at the core of ethics. We can distinguish between human actions and the actions of humans. Human actions are those actions that are done by humans consciously, deliberately and in view of an end. Art. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Actions of humans may not be willfully, voluntarily, consciously and deliberately done, but all the same they are done by humans, e.g., sleeping, walking, etc. In ethics we deal only with human actions. Ethics is concerned with political, sociological, cultural, psychical, economic, environmental, religious problems in pursuit of the highest good. So, these problems have an additional place in the scope of ethics. With the emergence of new technology, the scope of ethics is widening to address new emerging issues related to artificial intelligence, social media and OTT content regulation, gene editing etc. Nature of ethics. Ethics exists in all human societies. Ethics arises in the course of the evolution of social, intelligent, long-lived mammals who possess the capacity to recognize each other and to remember the past behavior of others. Exclusively for human beings, the ethical norms do not apply to the behavior of animals, birds, and insects. Only human beings have the capacity to guide and regulate their behavior. Ethics standards differ from society to society. What is considered ethical behavior in one society might be considered unethical in another. Example: abortion is a taboo in most of the countries, but it is fully ethical in many other countries. Ethical principles are universal in nature. These prescribe obligations and virtues for everybody in a society. Ethics is important not only in business and politics but in every human endeavor. Ethics is a normative science. Unlike positive science, ethics deals with values. It evaluates standards or norms by which we can judge human action to be right or wrong. Ethics is different from morality. Ethics does not teach how to lead a moral life. Ethics merely help us to justify the right and good which leads us to achieve our goals. Ethics is a science of values, as it identifies the behaviors or kinds of activity that have the quality of moral responsibility. Ethics is a science of values. Dimensions of ethics. There are 4 branches of ethics and they deal with following types of questions. Branches: descriptions. Descriptive ethics. What do people think is right? Descriptive ethics is the study of people's beliefs about morality. It tries to explain the moral and ethical practices and beliefs of certain societies and cultures. It deals with what people truly think, or are led to think, is right or bad, and as a result, it upholds human activities that are acceptable or not acceptable or penalized by custom or law. Descriptive ethics is the empirical investigation of people's moral beliefs on the basis of law and customs. It studies the history and evolution of ethics and gives a record of certain taboos, customs or conventions. Kohlberg's theory of moral consciousness is an example of descriptive ethics. It is a value-free approach to ethics. It does not make judgments about the morality of the practices and beliefs but simply describes the practices observed in the different groups or cultures. Meta-ethics. What does right even mean? Meta-ethics, the subdiscipline of ethics concerned with the nature of ethical theories and moral judgments. It investigates the origin and meaning of ethical concepts. It studies where our ethical principles come from and what they mean. It tries to analyze the underlying principles of ethical values. Meta means about the things itself. So, meta-ethics is ethics about ethics, i.e., evaluation of ethics itself. 1. What is meant by a wrong action? 2. Why is stealing immoral? 3. Why is charity moral? In case of Santhara practice by Jan, meta-ethics studies the reason for such beliefs more profoundly. No. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. It deals with a question like, what do we mean by freedom and determinism, etc. For X, moral objectivism, moral nihilism, moral subjectivism, moral relativism. Normative, prescriptive, ethics. How should people act? Normative ethics is concerned with the norms, standards or criteria that define principles of ethical behavior. It is the study of what one should or should not do. Example 1. Murder is wrong. Though giving to charity is good, but not ethically mandatory. 3. Conflict of interest must be handled carefully. It is the study of ethical theories that prescribe how people ought to act and behave in society. If someone deviates from established standards, there are provisions for punishment and the justification for the same. It examines standards for the rightness and wrongness of actions and it is more concerned with who ought one be, rather than the ethics of a specific issue. Example normative ethical theories are utilitarianism, deontology, and consequentialism. Applied ethics. How do we take moral knowledge and put it into practice? The applied dimension of ethics is known as applied ethics. that falls within the broad field of ethics. Evans and Macmillan define applied ethics as theories of ethics concerned with the application of normative ethics to particular ethical issues. In applied ethics, specific concerns in private and public life that involve moral judgment are philosophically examined from a moral perspective. In applied ethics, using the conceptual tools of meta-ethics and normative ethics, one tries to resolve these controversial issues. Example: bioethics pertains to euthanasia, abortion or research on human embryos. Business ethics includes good corporate governance, protection of whistleblowers etc. Examples of applied ethics: applied ethics refers to the practical application of moral considerations. It is ethics with respect to real-world actions and their moral considerations in the areas of private and public life, the professions, health, technology, law, and leadership. It is concerned with the philosophical investigation of specific moral dilemmas in private and public life, including moral judgments. Bioethics. Bioethics is the study of the ethical issues emerging from advances in biology and medicine. The field of bioethics has addressed a broad swathe of human inquiry, ranging from debates over the boundaries of life, ex-abortion, euthanasia, surrogacy, the allocation of scarce healthcare resources, ex-organ donation, healthcare rationing, to the right to refuse medical care for religious or cultural reasons. The scope of bioethics expanding with biotechnology, including cloning, gene therapy, life extension, human genetic engineering, astroethics and life in space. Business ethics. Business ethics refers to implementing appropriate business policies and practices with regard to arguably controversial subjects. Some issues that come up in a discussion of ethics include corporate governance, insider trading, bribery, discrimination, social responsibility, and fiduciary responsibilities. Its recent examples include Panama and Pandora Papers, which revealed how politicians and public figures created offshore shell companies to hide money in tax havens. Environmental ethics. Environmental ethics deals with the ethical problems surrounding environmental protection. It aims to provide ethical justification and moral motivation for the cause of global environmental protection. Chipko movement. Uttarakhand High Court judgment on River Ganga as an individual, National Green Tribunal for Environmental Justice. Example: gene crops. International ethics. Thus, PRAHAAR redefined 3.0 ethics. It refers to upholding ethical values and application of ethical principles in international relations. It directs us to make decisions and choices ethically in the international and global sphere. It helps to resolve some of the major international problems, issues, and provide insight into international conflicts. Recent example: refugee crisis across the world due to conflict in Syria, Yemen, Congo, Myanmar etc. Human rights violations of Rohingya in Myanmar, human rights violation issues in the war-torn Ukraine. Media ethics. Media ethics is concerned about the question of what is right or wrong, good or bad, acceptable or unacceptable about the means and ways that the media collects and presents information and news. It tries to prevent any monopoly over information diffusion. Upholds pluralism instead of the uniform gloss over media content that is typically brought on by authoritarian regimes. Maintains objectivity by providing different sides of an issue, which empowers audiences to formulate their own judgments and increases levels of truthfulness in reporting. Issues of media ethics, or media trials, paid news, fake news, string operation, sensationalization, live telecast of combat operations etc. Recent TRP scandals involving some media houses, TV channels of rigging TRP via some of their relationship managers, underscore the need for media ethics. or media playing the role of courts by declaring someone a criminal even without trial. E.g. Aryan Khan drug case. Digital media ethics. Digital media ethics deals with the ethical problems and ethics issues of digital news media. Ethical issues are emerging out of digital media plagiarism, digitally altering images or video, using anonymous sources, omnidirectional imaging, digital intrusion and violation of privacy, fake news or rumors, deepfake etc. Artificial intelligence ethics. According to the European Commission, ethics of AI focuses on the ethical issues raised by the design, development, implementation, and use of AI. It involves issues like facial recognition bias, prejudices etc. Ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI issued by the European Commission, or human agency and oversight. AI systems should both act as enablers to a democratic and flourishing and equitable society by supporting the user's agency. Or transparency. AI systems should be based upon the principle of explainability, encompass transparency and communication of the elements involved. Or diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, involves avoidance of unfair bias, encompassing accessibility, universal design and stakeholder participation throughout the life cycle of AI systems apart from enabling diversity and inclusion. Or accountability. The requirement of accountability complements other requirements and is closely linked to the principle of fairness. Normative ethics theories. Utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is an ethical theory that determines right and wrong by focusing on outcomes. It is a form of consequentialism. It holds that the most ethical choice is the one that will produce the greatest good for the greatest number. X death sentence to terrorists. Limitations. A cake. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. It's impossible to quantify, compare, or measure happiness or well-being. It does not account for things like feelings and emotions, culture, or justice. Utilitarianism ignores the welfare of minorities such as LGBTQ communalities. O for X if a particular act is enacted which is in the interests of common people but at the same time is impinging on the rights of transgenders, utilitarianism would defend it. In utilitarian ethics, there are no shades of grey, either something is wrong, or it is right. It cannot predict with certainty whether the consequences of our actions will be good or bad, the results of our actions happen in the future. It also has trouble accounting for values like justice and individual rights. For example, a hospital has 4 people whose lives depend upon receiving organ transplants, i.e., a heart, lungs, a kidney, and a liver. It justifies ends even at the cost of means. For example, stealing is unethical, but if someone steals money to join a school or for health treatment, utilitarianism considers it ethically correct action. Deontology. Deontology is a duty-based system of ethics which holds that some acts are intrinsically right or wrong regardless of their consequences, and that moral agents have duties to follow moral commands or rules regardless of their consequences. Deontology is an ethical theory that uses rules to distinguish right from wrong. Deontology is often associated with philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant believed that ethical actions follow universal moral laws, such as, don't lie, don't steal, don't cheat. Unlike consequentialism, which judges actions by their results, deontology doesn't require weighing the costs and benefits of a situation. For example, as per the deontological approach, a civil servant needs to follow the given rule and regulations without thinking about the consequences. Limitations. Rigidly following deontology can produce results that many people find unacceptable. As per this theory, there is no place for human inclinations, emotions and consequences. In some situations, emotional intelligence, empathy, is required to bring harmony or achieve a greater good. It may produce consequences that can be unacceptable to most. For example, you should not lie, even if the lie, saves the lives of millions of people. One possible way of resolving this problem can be through an idea called threshold deontology, which says we should always obey the rules unless in an emergency situation, at which point we should revert to a consequentialist approach. Virtue ethics. Ethical actions ought to be consistent with certain ideal virtues that provide for the full development of our humanity. It is a character-based approach to morality developed by Aristotle and other ancient Greeks. It is the quest to understand and live a life of moral character. Virtue ethics addresses not only the rightness or wrongness of individual actions, but also the characteristics and behaviors that a good person should strive for. Virtue ethics holds that an action is only right if it is an action that a virtuous person would carry out in the same circumstances, and a virtuous person is a person who acts virtuously. According to Aristotle, by honing virtuous habits, people will likely make the right choice when faced with ethical challenges. Virtue ethics helps us understand what it means to be a virtuous human being. And it gives us a guide for living life without giving us specific rules for resolving ethical dilemmas. Virtue and vice. A virtue is a morally good disposition to think, feel, and act well in some domain of life. Similarly, a vice is a morally bad disposition involving thinking, feeling, and acting badly. Virtues are not everyday habits. They are character traits, in the sense that they are central to someone's personality. A virtue is a trait that makes its possessor a good person, and a vice is one that makes its possessor a bad person. Bara. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0, Ethics. Limitations. It doesn't provide a clear decision model for making moral decisions. No single or definitive answer to what is to be done in moral dilemmas. Theory lacks focus when it comes to determining the types of actions that are morally acceptable and permitted from the ones that should be avoided. Vast differences on what constitutes a virtue. Are the virtues the same for everyone? Different people, cultures, or societies have different opinions on what counts as a virtue. Determinants of ethics. Determinants of ethics are the sources from which an ethical standard arises. Following are factors, determinants which determines whether human action is good or bad, ethical or unethical, just or unjust. Religion. Every religion in the world advocates ethical living and lays down some ethical principles or standards. Example: law of karma in Hinduism, golden rule in Christianity, charity and equality in Islam, etc. Culture. Culture along with the ancient religious texts also influences the ethical principles of a person. Culture acts as prescriptions for correct and moral behavior. Example: caring and respecting elders is considered ethical in Indian culture. Society. In any society, most people accept standards that are, in fact, ethical. But ethics is not doing whatever society accepts. Standards of behavior in society can deviate from what is ethical. An entire society can become ethically corrupt. Nazi Germany is a good example of a morally corrupt society. Law often incorporates ethical standards. But laws can deviate from what is ethical, thus we cannot equate ethics with the law. For instance, Good Samaritan law, which ensures help to injured persons in accidents, also incorporates ethical standards. Family and teachers. Any child is like a clean slate in childhood. Its family and teachers play the most important role in shaping their attitude, behaviors, and inculcating values in their children. But sometimes children can deviate from the family teachings. Conscience. Conscience is a person's moral sense of right and wrong, viewed as acting as a guide to one's behavior. Example: Gandhiji withdrew the non-cooperation movement after the violence in Chauri Chaura incident. Role models. Role models also can influence ethical values of individuals. Example: Lal Bahadur Shastri's simplicity, honesty, integrity, and compassionate behavior appeals to followers even today. Constitution. Fairness, justice, equality, non-discrimination, duty to protect the environment are some ethical values provided in the Indian Constitution. Judiciary. Judiciary also lays down ethical standards through the various judgments. Example: in the Shabarimala temple case, the Supreme Court of India upheld the right to equality and allowed women to enter the temple and worship the deity. Challenges to ethics. Situation ethics. It is the kind of approach to morality we might expect from an existentialist, who tends to reject the very idea of human nature or any nature or essence. Moral relativism or moral objectivism. Moral relativists are those who deny the existence of universal moral principles. Moral objectivism takes the position that there are objective moral truths, that some actions are right for all people at all times and that others are wrong for all people at all times. Moral subjectivism. Moral subjectivism argues that in the sphere of human behavior, what is true for one individual is not true for everyone else or even for anyone else. Psychological egoism. It is a psychological theory according to which men are so constituted that they always act in their selfish interest. It is not possible for them to act otherwise. Ethical egoism. This is a form of hedonism, which is a doctrine which proposes that one should maximize one's happiness and minimize one's unhappiness. Doctrine of determinism. It holds that the decisions and actions of human beings are causally determined by external forces. Hence, men cannot be morally held responsible for their actions. Ethics in private or public relationships. Tera. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Human beings are social animals. So, we interact with each other, and when we interact with each other we establish some relations. Gandhi said, for achieving a nonviolent and truthful society, it is important to have good relationships. Relationships are based on 4 principles, i.e. respect, understanding, acceptance, appreciation. Ethics in private relationships. It refers to ethical values that a person follows, values in his, her personal life while dealing with various relations such as family relations, friendship, etc. There are no formal moral, ethical standards for private relationships, rather they are informal in nature and vary from person to person. Following are some important values in a private relationship. Care. It means displaying kindness and concern for others, feeling loved and building strong relationships. Trust. Trust is that foundation upon which your relationship can survive the hardest of times. Lack of trust is one of the reasons for relationships to fall apart. Truthfulness. It increases shared trust and fortifies the emotional ties in these partnerships. Mutual respect. It helps to remain compassionate, committed, truthful and honest. Law of integrity. Person shouldn't lie and keep his promises. Gratitude. If anyone has helped, person should keep that in mind. Loyalty. Loyalty to one's partner and to the family members. Love. Loving all even if there are imperfections in them. Responsibility or accountability. In private relationships, one is bestowed with various responsibilities such as responsibility towards child, life partner, parents, etc. Tolerance and acceptance. Both tolerance and acceptance leads to less conflict and harmony in the society, especially in a country like India where multiple religions, cultures, ideologies exist. Ethics in private relationship are generally directed by 1. Individual virtues. Virtues such as truthfulness, honesty are important factors in deciding ethics in private relationships. Though religion. Those who are religious and theist accept divine commands and follow them in their personal life to please God in order to attain salvation. Example 10 Commandments of Bible is the source of guidance for Christians for their behavior with family, neighbors and society at large. Theme: Social norms. Some of the values are also learned from environmental factors that influence human beings such as family, peer groups, society etc. Example Child learns from his parents how one should behave with elders in the family. 4. Law of land. Some of the ethical principles are governed by legislations and constitutional values. Example No outraging the modesty of women is a fundamental duty under Indian Constitution. Importance of ethics in private relationships. 1. Leads to living a good life, enables individuals to sail smoothly through the difficult time and lead a good life. Though right decision making enables us to make right decisions, especially in the situation of conflict of interest. Theme: Character development. Adherence to good values such as honesty, integrity, equality etc. help in character development. 4. Ethical lessons for children. Ethical living in private relations, especially within home, influences the behavior of children. It works as first lessons of ethics for them. 5. Acceptance in public life. Ethics in personal relationships makes a personality more acceptable in public life. Share. More tolerance for imperfection. People used to have a high index of tolerance for imperfection in private relationships because of mutual trust, love and dependence. Ethics in public relationship. Public life is anything that is situated in, occurs in, and interacts with the public domain, whether in public places or through the media. 14. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. It is intended for a large audience to consume and participate in rather than for a small or exclusive audience. Ethics in public relationships includes ethical values or moral standards followed by an individual in respect of interactions and business dealings in his/her professional life. Ethics in public relationships are governed by power. Example: relationship between three organs of government, relationship of a civil servant with citizens. Any framework of ethical behavior must include the following elements: O. Codifying ethical norms and practices. O. Disclosing personal interest to avoid conflict between public interest and personal gain. O. Creating a mechanism for enforcing the relevant codes. O. Providing norms for qualifying and disqualifying a public functionary from office. Sir M. Vishveshwaraya, before accepting the position of Dewan of Mysore, he invited all his relatives for dinner. He told them very clearly that he would accept the prestigious office on the condition that none of them would approach him for favors. Such things are unheard of these days. It is said that he used to have 2 sets of candles. One privately purchased which he used for his private work and other, provided by the government, which he used only for the official work. Lal Bahadur Shastri, on a visit to a textile mill as Prime Minister, when the owner offered to give him expensive saris, Shastri insisted on buying and paying for only those he could afford. He also had an undue promotion for his son overturned. After the Arialur train accident in 1956, Shastriji tendered his resignation to the PM while claiming moral responsibility as a railway minister. Nolan Committee, 7 Principles in Public Life in honor of its first chairman, Lord Nolan. The Committee on Standards in Public Life was occasionally referred to as the Nolan Committee. The committee has outlined the following 7 principles of public life. 1. Selflessness. Holders of public office should take decisions solely in terms of public interest. They should not do so in order to gain financial or other material benefits for themselves, their family or their friends. Though integrity, it is the practice of being honest and showing a consistent and uncompromising adherence to moral and ethical principles. Example: Mahatma Gandhi and Abraham Lincoln were exemplary leaders who were famous for their integrity. Both in times of crisis adhered with their values, like Lincoln sticking to abolition of slavery and Gandhi towards non-violence. Theme: Objectivity. It means taking decisions based upon established facts and figures rather than personal opinion or bias. Example: in carrying out public business, including making public appointments, awarding contracts or recommending individuals for rewards and benefits, holders of public office should make choices on merit. 4. Accountability. Holders of public office are accountable for their decisions and actions to the public and must submit themselves to whatever scrutiny is appropriate to their office. Tandra. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Example: as Railway Minister under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, Lal Bahadur Shastri tendered his resignation after a major railway accident in Mehboob-Nagar, Andhra Pradesh, in August 1956 when 112 people died. Taking moral responsibility and accountability, he resigned, but Nehru persuaded him to do otherwise. 5. Openness. Holders of public office should be as open as possible about all the decisions and actions they take. They should give reasons for their decisions and restrict information only when the wider public interest clearly demands. Example: Vinod Rai, former CAG, turned the office of CAG into a powerful force for openness and transparency by unearthing a 2G scam. Share. Honesty. It can be defined as being trustworthy, loyal, fair and sincere. An honest person is free of deceit, is truthful and sincere and does not tell a lie. Example: Ashok Khamkha is known as Crusader of Honesty. Holders of public office have a duty to declare any private interests relating to their public duties and to take steps to resolve any conflicts arising in a way that protects the public interest. 7. Leadership. Holders of public office should promote and support these principles by leadership and example. IPS officer Harsh Poddar's innovative policing strategies have won him widespread acclaim. His unique Youth Parliament Championship created some 2 lakh young leaders against crime and terror in Maharashtra. A leader is someone who knows the way, goes the way and shows the way. John C. Maxwell. These 7 principles are the most comprehensive statements of what constitutes ethical standards for holders of public office and are of general applicability in every democracy. We cannot say conclusively that standards of behavior in public life have declined. We may state that public behavior is watched more closely than in the past, that the public continues to demand high standards, and that in public life, the vast majority of people live up to those high expectations. Importance of ethics in public relationship. Public relationships are ones that are a result of one's profession, such as the civil service, or status in society, such as that of Prime Minister or President. Ethics in public relations serve as a guide for one's actions, decisions, and behaviors. Moral compass to resolve conflict of interest. Developing a moral compass for navigating ethical dilemmas and resolving conflict of interest. Effective and balanced decision making helps for more fair and balanced decision making. Credibility of the office, institution, organization. Ethical public relations call for upholding transparency when dealing with any information, sensitive or not. Blurring fact and fiction can cause a serious rift in credibility and tarnish a reputation of office, institution, organization. Trustworthy relationship with people. An organization can build solid relationships with different stakeholders through trust, which can be gained by always opting for the ethical approach. Following the code of ethics can help to build the much desired trust between organizations and the public. Minimum level of courtesy, it induces the sense of belongingness among the common masses. For instance, Prashant Nair, IAS, style of engaging with public at large earned him the title of Collector Bro. Impartiality and non-partisanship, right to equality under Art 14 of the Indian Constitution encourages public employees to avoid bias, nepotism, and other situations where there might be a conflict of interest. For instance, in Janta Darbar, public hearings, organized by various chief ministers, every citizen is allowed to raise their grievances without any preferential treatment. In recent times, there has been observed moral erosion of civil servants. Reasons for moral erosion: effort to correct it, lack of accountability and responsibility. If anything goes well, there's no dearth of people to claim that they are the people behind that, but if anything goes wrong, nobody is ready to take responsibility. Increased transparency, effective laws which require civil servants to give reasons for their official decisions. Whistleblowers Protection Law, to protect appropriate, public interest disclosures, of wrongdoing by officials. SOLAR. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Sacrificing ethics, values, integrity and spiritualism, these things are sacrificed in comparison to the materialism or worldly success. Social acceptance, society as a whole has started to accept the people who are corrupt. Silence of good people is more dangerous than the moral erosion of some people. Mega administration, slow methodology and delay in decision making. There is growth of each department and institutions both vertically and horizontally. This has created confusion in hierarchy leading to delay in decision making. Soft society, tolerant public opinion and political business bureaucracy nexus, public don't resent or tolerate the wrongdoings. This gives decision makers more liberty against not doing such crimes in future. Research and studies, public relations professionals should study the academic research and best practices of issues management to best prepare themselves to engage in ethical issues. Ethics audits, to identify risks to the integrity of the most important processes, effective external and internal complaint and redress procedures. Violation and breaches of code of ethics, this should invite sanction and punishment under the disciplinary rules. Computerization and digitization, remove the middle layers in which people have to depend on bureaucrats for work. Setting CCTV, it creates fear that they are being watched. Relation between public and private ethics. Private relation, public relation. In private relations, people expect intimacy, loyalty, love and affection. One involves people sharing similarity in the value system. Duties are voluntary, self-imposed and informal. Example: standing by your friends or loved ones in the good and bad times, providing good facilities to your children etc. If you fail, the relationship may remain intact. In public relations, respect, attention, power, authority and materialistic benefits are expected. One has to deal with people having completely different temperament. Duties externally imposed and formally mentioned in codes. Example: All India Civil Service Conduct Rules, prevention of corruption. Failure to oblige usually ends the relationship. How to ensure that both lives remain separate: take decisions rationally and objectively based on facts and merits only. Go by code of conduct always when faced with dilemmas. Be impartial always and ensure that your actions are not only impartial but looks to be impartial too. When with family, spend quality time with them and don't bring your office between you and them. Why tight separation isn't possible? Private life does have bearing on the public life of a person and thus, the tight separation in public and private relationship is not possible because of following reasons. Personal life often affects the work of the individual and affects her role in public spheres of life. Ethics in private relations helps in humanizing public relations and plays an important role in forming the moral system of a person. If a person becomes bankrupt because of his lavish private lifestyle, then he is automatically ineligible from various constitutional public posts in India. Because if such a financially distressed person is holding a public office, he is more likely to accept bribes. Certain values like honesty, respect, empathy, trust, equality and efficiency etc. which are considered to equally guide our actions in both professional and private spheres. Conclusion: there is a need for ethics in every profession, voluntary organization and civil society structure as these entities are now vitally involved in the process of governance. Finally, there should be ethics in citizen behavior because such behavior impinges directly on ethics in government and administration. 17. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Morals. Derived from the Latin word moralis, meaning traditional customs. Morals are the social, cultural and religious beliefs or values of an individual or group which tells us what is right or wrong. Example: do not cheat, always tell the truth etc. Morals are the principles that guide individual conduct within society. Why be moral? Attainment of what is best for a person. In every human person there is a deep desire for good. Each man, woman desires what is best for himself, herself. Helps to live a better life. Morality is a lot like nutrition. While nutrition focuses on our physical health, morality is concerned about our moral health. Broader consensus: morality aims to provide us with a common point of view from which we can come to agreement about what all of us ought to do. Argument from enlightened self-interest and tradition: it is generally better to be good rather than bad and to create a world and society that is good rather than a bad one. Traditions and laws have governed the behavior of human beings over the years and urge human beings to be moral rather than amoral. Morals lead to stability of society. Morality helps to wear out differences between individuals and various groups by promoting tolerance and acceptance of different viewpoints, ideologies etc. Morality reduces conflict and ensures peace and stability in the society. Morals and ethics form grounds of laws. Based on society's ethics, laws are created and enforced by governments to mediate our relationships with each other, and to protect its citizens. Differences between ethics or morals: morality describes what is, whereas ethics describes what ought to be. Ethics and morals relate to right and wrong conduct. While they are sometimes used interchangeably, they are different. Ethics, morals. Origin: Greek word, ethos, meaning character. The Latin word, mos, means custom. What are they? The rules of conduct recognized in respect to a particular class of human actions or a particular group or culture. Principles or habits with respect to right or wrong conduct. While morals also prescribe do's and don'ts, morality is ultimately a personal compass of right and wrong. Where do they come from? Social system: external, individual, internal. Flexibility: ethics are dependent on others for definition, and it largely stays universal. Usually consistent, although can change if an individual's beliefs change. Example: views of homosexuality change from individual to individual. Constitutional morality. Constitutional morality means adherence to or being faithful to bottom line principles of the constitutional values. It includes commitment to inclusive and democratic political process in which both individual and collective interests are satisfied. The major elements of the constitutional morality in the context of Indian Constitution are rule of law, right to equality, social justice, unity and integrity of nation, social justice, secularism, individual liberty and freedom of expression etc. The SC had relied on constitutional morality to allow entry of women of all ages into the Shabarimala temple under a 4-1 majority verdict. In the Navtej Singh Johar vs Union of India, the SC struck down the archaic provision of Section 377 and upheld constitutional morality. 18. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0 Ethics. Example: truth, compassion, nonviolence etc. Acceptance: it is governed by professional and legal guidelines within a particular time and place. Morality connects with cultural norms. Thus, morals often describes one's particular values concerning what is right and what is wrong. While ethics can refer broadly to moral principles, one often sees it applied to questions of correct behavior within a relatively narrow area of activity. Ethics must trump personal morals for the greater good of maintaining the integrity of a system. Human values. Values can be defined as broad preferences concerning appropriate courses of actions or outcomes. As such, values reflect a person's sense of right and wrong or what ought to be. It establishes a crucial aspect of one's self-concept and operates as a person's guiding principles. These are individual beliefs that motivate people to act one way or another. These values can be ethical, moral values, religious values, political values, social or aesthetic values etc. Ethical decision-making often involves weighing values against each other and choosing which values to elevate. Conflicts can result when people have different values, leading to a clash of preferences and priorities. Human values are the features that guide people to take into account the human element when one interacts with another human. Types of values. Relative and absolute values, or relative values, differ between people, and on a larger scale, between people of different cultures. Example: materialistic values are individual and society specific. An absolute value can be described as philosophically absolute and independent of individual and cultural views, as well as independent of whether it is known or apprehended or not. Example: nonviolence, equality, non-discrimination etc. Protected values. It is one that an individual is unwilling to trade off no matter what the benefits of doing so may be. Example: some people may be unwilling to kill another person, even if it means saving many other individuals. Sacred values. Some values are considered sacred and are moral imperatives for those who believe in them. Sacred values will seldom be compromised because they are perceived as duties. Example: for some people, their nation's flag may represent a sacred value, but for others, the flag may just be a piece of cloth. Intrinsic or extrinsic values. It is the value, in itself, or for its own sake, or in its own right. Example: love, truth, and freedom. It is the value of something based on such things as appearance or what it could be sold for, which may not be its real value. Example: wealth, fame etc. Personal or community values. The values that are prescribed by the individual alone, irrespective of his or her social relationships, are termed as personal values. Example: dignity of labor, sensitivity, cleanliness, politeness, honesty, etc. Or the values which are regarded in the whole community are called community values. Example: caring or respecting elders. Importance of values. Guides human behavior. Values are the principles and fundamental convictions which act as general guide to behavior. Driving force in ethical decision making. Values are universally recognized as a driving force in ethical decision making. Internal reference for good living. Personal values provide an internal reference for what is good, beneficial, important, useful, beautiful, desirable and constructive. Differentiate what is right and wrong. All values are affective, cognitive and directional aspects. They guide us, shape our priorities in deciding what is right and wrong. 19. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics promotes peace and stability. Human values are a tool to manage human relations and a tool for peace when the tension is high. Identification of the goals. Value education helps us accurately identify our wants and goals, as well as how to go about achieving them. Transcend specific actions and situations. Values go beyond specific actions and situations. X. Obedience and honesty. Example are values that may be relevant at work or in school, in sports, business, and politics. Ethics, morality and values. All ethics and morals are values, but all values are not ethics, such as bravery is a value but not an ethics, and the people who are not brave cannot be considered as unethical. Conservation is a value but not ethics in our society. Values provide direction in the determination of right versus wrong or good versus bad. Punctuality is a value but also ethics in some countries like Japan. Hard work is a value but not an ethic. How to be honest when the entire system is corrupt. Maintain personal integrity. You must first practice integrity before you preach it to others. Be honest by conviction and not by fear or by compulsion. Courage. Show courage to give your honest opinion to the bosses orally and verbally. Show courage to overrule your subordinates. Inspire people by being the change you want to see. Be compassionate to subordinates and support them during their tough times. Show emotional intelligence. Stand alone. As the saying goes, a truth will always remain a truth even if there is only one person claiming for it, and no one is up to believing it. Always try to be that one person in your circle. Be a leader. Don't develop the habit of passing the responsibility up or down. Suffer for your principles. Honesty is not without pain. Be always ready for transfers. A clear conscience is the softest pillow. Role of family in inculcation of values. There is nothing called a self-made man. We are made up of thousands of others. George Matthew Adams. A man is usually the five closest to him. Jim Rohn. Our family is a social institution with the bond of common belief, religion, customs, culture, language and a way of life. It carries on the heritage and traditions as legacies from the earlier generation to the next generation. First school of value learning for children. Family and parents act as a first school of value learning for children. Values such as honesty, truth are passed on to children by them. Provide the necessary emotional support, such as caring and counseling to get him out of such negative thoughts. Democratic parenting. It aids in the child's cognitive thinking growth so that he can make informed decisions now and in the future. Family provides an informal way of learning. Love, compassion, self-sacrifice and values of sharing and caring develop implicitly within a child. For instance, sharing their lunch boxes with their friends develops the spirit of charity and brotherhood in them. Role model for children. Parents and family members are role models for children, and they often imitate the actions, behavior of them. Example: if family members treat women equally and respect them, children also are likely to do the same in the future. Both constructive and destructive role. Family can play both constructive and destructive roles in inculcating values in children. A constructive role. Example: action of helping senior citizens or blind persons to cross the road stems from the value of respecting elders, taught by parents in childhood. B's. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. A destructive role. Example: in our country, most of the people learn and develop a sense about the caste system in their childhood in their families. Change in values taught by the parents. Now focus has shifted on competition rather than cooperation, on individualism rather than family and collectivism, on consumerism rather than gratification and sacrifice. Divergence between family and individual values. In recent times, due to disintegration of traditional families, technological explosion, peer influence, the role of family as a first value provider is declining. Role of educational institutions in inculcation of values. Intelligence plus character, that is the true goal of education. Martin Luther King: education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make man a more clever devil. C.S. Lewis: as per national education policy, education is regarded as the most potent tool to inculcate values in children. School is a place where systematic learning takes place in the earlier year of life, which enables the child to learn how to regulate his behavior in society. Important role in inculcating a good value system. Teachers and schools, colleges play a big role in it. As students spend more time in school and college, they learn how to behave in society. Education is the most powerful agent of inculcating human values. At all times, education has built on a value system, conducive to the development of physical, intellectual, moral and spiritual life. Etiquettes and values are imparted to children. For instance, in the Japanese system, in the first 4 years basic etiquettes and values are taught to children. Children are also taught to clean their toilets. Curriculum and discipline of moral philosophy. School curriculums must have lessons on moral issues and a subject of moral philosophy. Syllabus and textbooks also shape attitude of children. A. World history, French Revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity. B. Modern history, Gandhi's train to Pretoria standing against injustice. C. Literature, it helps us understand the human nature and prevalent social values of a given era. Values of sportsmanship, team spirit, opportunity to participate in various sports at the tender age help to develop team spirit among students. Overall personality development. Education plays important role in all-round development such as inculcating compassion, truth, mutual coexistence between different culture, social control. Values like obedience, respect, and discipline should be taught in schools. By encouraging kids to be good students, productive future employees, and law-abiding citizens, schools promote uniformity. ICKEYS. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. The aim of the teacher should be to build character. Human values enhance the learning capacity of children through technology and build the confidence among children to be innovative and creative, which in turn will make them competitive to face the future. APJ Abdul Kalam. If a country is to be corruption-free and become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly feel there are 3 key societal members who can make a difference. They are the father, the mother and the teacher. APJ Abdul Kalam. Recommendations for value education. Value-based education. It must be integral to the whole process of education, and basic human values need to be encouraged in the classroom teaching. Deconstructing wrong values, such as gender bias, hatred, communalism or casteism learned by students can be deconstructed by inculcating rational approaches. Teachers act as a role model for students. A teacher has to set a high standard of moral behavior before the child, and she is expected to function not only as facilitator for acquisition of knowledge but also as inculcator of values and transformer of inner being. Playful learning for inculcating values. Teacher educators can involve students in active games in the classroom to inculcate the values of fair play, honesty, courage, cooperation etc. Holistic approach. While committing to action for actualization of one's goals, every action needs to be analyzed in the light of universal values which are acceptable to the society. Technology and value education. Value education is needed to train the future technocrats by making them fully aware of both the constructive as well as destructive aspects of technology. Role of society. The society is a place of informal learning that guarantees inheritance to its members. It caresses the child with love and sense of possessiveness, and the child learns to value the social patterns and its philosophy. It's a value but not an ethics. The social tradition carries values of intimacy, language, love, equality, wishes to live, action, conduct, morality, unity, attachment and jealousy. These are the obvious traits, which a child borrows from the members of the society. Man lives in society for his mental and intellectual development, and society preserves our culture and transmits it to succeeding generations. Society brings morality and ethics in individuals. Society brings tolerance and national integration. If one is living in a surrounding with people from a variety of caste, religion and regional background, you develop tolerance. Society removes the evils of social indifferences like caste through collective struggle. Political setup, which may be either democratic or autocratic, transmits suitable values among citizens. Society imbibes conformity. A person is forced to mimic what his peers do. If they are smoking, he will smoke. If they are living in nuclear families, he too will feel separated from his joint family, and so on. The child encounters many behavioral patterns and makes common causes with the peer groups. Learns the value of neighborhood, unity in diversity, service to man is the service to God, cooperation and virtues comprehensively. Religion and culture are somewhat intertwined, and their moral standards are the most important influence in instilling values through social channels. A serious defect in the school system is the absence of provision for education in social, moral and spiritual values. Kothari Commission, 1964-66. Every effort must be made therefore to teach students true moral values from the earliest stage of their educational life. Sri Prakasha Committee on Religious and Moral Instruction. Constructive role of society. Society can play an important role in development of individuals' personality. By widely upholding ethical values, it can encourage individuals to be ethical. Destructive role of society. Similarly, society may play a deciding role in developing a crime as a subcultural phenomenon. If it does not disapprove the unethical behaviors, acts, it may lower the standards of ethics in the society, and it may result into increase in criminal activities. Vice. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Aesthetic senses, neighborly relationship, emotional quotient and spiritual values are swiftly declining. The national goals, democracy, socialism and secularism are sidetracked. Thus, the role of school, society and the teacher need to be assigned afresh in the inculcation of values. Strength of society for value inculcation, stability and harmony. Society inculcates such values among people which match with those of the society. Example: society teaches young persons to respect its old traditions and customs. Diversity, it ensures inculcation of a variety of values and holistic development of individuals. It also gives choice and freedom to individuals to choose their preferred values. Enforcement, society also has formal as well as informal ways to incentivize adherence to some values, whereas it penalizes breach of certain values. Credibility, many actors in the society enjoy sufficient credibility in people's eyes and therefore have special impact on values held by individuals. Example: teachers, leaders, celebrities, religious leaders etc. have influence and their teachings are accepted on face value. Reasons for erosion of values: materialism, growing obsession with materialistic gains coupled with rapid commercialization is eroding values and ethics in society. Vacuum in the social cohesion and stability, the vested interests, terrorism, disruption and excess attachment to worldly life have created vacuum in the social cohesion and stability. Values are thus affected and eroded gradually. Moral degradation, the growing cynicism, gulf between rights and duties, materialistic tendency, moral degradation and violence have affected the powers of man's wisdom. The failure of religious leaders, authorities tend to ignore environmental issues linked with religion, fearing that they might hurt the religious sentiments. Social media and its evil, misuse of social media platforms, propagation of fake news, deep fake news are spread through social media and are among the reasons for erosion of values. Bystanders' apathy, the bystander effect occurs when the presence of others discourages an individual from intervening in an emergency situation. The greater the number of bystanders, the less likely it is for any one of them to provide help to a person in distress. The decline in values, it has led to increased greed and corruption, exploitation and degradation of the environment. Examples of value erosion: Chinese expansionism, fake news and sensationalism, drug abuse, disrespecting elders and women, greenwashing. 23. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Thus, chasing materialistic achievements only will not be sustainable in the long run. Without human dignity and social harmony, higher economic growth can't bring peace and prosperity. Conclusion: today, more than ever, the importance of ethics is felt in every sphere of human living. The situation in the present world is characterized by an increasing rate in crime, violence, conflict etc. Along with it, the power of traditional religions to inspire moral conduct continues to decline. Terrorism, civil wars, environmental pollution, misleading advertising, unfair wages, illegal gambling, forced prostitution, match fixing, so many are plaguing the society. There seems to be hardly a few areas in life that remain untouched by growing demoralization. Thus, the relevance and need of ethics is felt more than ever in our society today. Ethical issues in news. SC eases norms for passive euthanasia. Passive euthanasia, the act of withholding or withdrawing medical treatment, such as withholding or removing life support, with the aim of letting a person die, is known as passive euthanasia. Active euthanasia, in contrast, it entails an active intervention to end a person's life with drugs or an outside force, like giving a deadly injection. Euthanasia in India. The Supreme Court of India legalized passive euthanasia in 2018 in a landmark decision, citing the concept of a living will. It also established rules for living wills, signed by terminally ill individuals who are aware of the likelihood that they will enter a permanent vegetative state. The court cited Article 21 of the Constitution, which states that dignity in the process of dying is as much an element of the right to life. An individual's sense of purpose in life is taken away when their dignity is violated near the end of their life. The fundamental goal of the modifications made to the passive euthanasia regulations by the Indian Supreme Court was to make the procedure simpler and quicker. What are the major guidelines changes? Chobis. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0 Ethics. Different countries with euthanasia, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium permit assisted suicide as well as euthanasia for those who experience unbearable suffering that is not likely to get any better. Switzerland forbids euthanasia but permits assisted suicide when a doctor or medical professional is present. Euthanasia and assisted suicide would be legal in Canada for mentally ill people by March 2023, but the decision has drawn heavy criticism, and the implementation date may be postponed. In the United States, each state has its own set of laws. Some states, including Washington, Oregon, and Montana, permit euthanasia. People's Right vs Animals' Rights. The Supreme Court of India stated that a balance between human safety and animal rights must be maintained in light of the increasing number of stray dog incidents. The court also stated that those who feed stray dogs could be held financially accountable for immunizing them and covering costs if the animal attacks someone. Why is it important to preserve a balance between human and animal rights? To address the core problem, or the rights of wild animals in society, which is controlled by humans, in general, and within the parameters of the Indian Constitution, in particular, are raised even more by this issue. Ancient Hindu literature recognized the rights of animals, birds, and every other living thing. They also believed that all living things descended from the same divine power as humans and hence deserved respect, love, and care. India has a culture that values acceptance of all people and respect for all living things. Cows are revered as sacred animals by Hindus. Animal punishment is wrong, or some ancient societies used to punish animals for wrongs they had committed. But as the debate over moral agency developed, it became clear that punishing animals was immoral since they lacked the mental capacity to discriminate between right and wrong and that doing so would be ineffective. As a result, laws developed, and it was decided that animals, along with children and people who are mentally ill, were the bearers of interests that needed to be protected by the law without any associated duties. The current legal system punishes pet owners for any damage brought on by the careless treatment of their animals. Way ahead, animal rights are effectively supported by our court rulings and legislative regulations, although no rights are absolute. Animal rights must be regulated, just like human rights. The urgent requirement is to achieve a balance between protecting humans' safety and well-being without sacrificing the interests of animals. Animal cruelty must end. Humans ought to stop treating other creatures with patronizing condescension. Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, PCA, Act, 1960, prevent the infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering on animals, is the legislative goal of the Act. Under Section 4 of the Act, the Animal Welfare Board of India, AWBI, was created in 1962. The penalties for animal cruelty and undue suffering are outlined in this Act. Animals and their various varieties are defined by the Act. Discusses many types of cruelty, exceptions, and the killing of an animal in pain if any cruelty has been done to it in order to end its suffering. Outlines the regulations for using animals in scientific experiments. The Act codifies the regulations governing the display of performing animals and penalties committed against them. This Act specifies a 3-month statute of limitations after which no charges may be filed for any violations of this Act. 25 PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Perspective Moonlighting Culture. The term moonlighting describes the practice of working additional jobs beyond regular business hours. This second work is taken without the knowledge of the employer and is typically a weekend or evening job. When Americans started seeking for second occupations in addition to their usual 9 to 5 work to support their income, the expression gained notoriety. What motivates the employee moonlighting culture? What concerns people the most about moonlighting? Culture of home-based work. Due to work from culture, employers could no longer evaluate the efficiency of their personnel using clock-in, clock-out timesheets that encouraged more people to moonlight. To have more money to spend, if their primary job pays poorly and they need additional income to satisfy their needs. To obtain more work experience, to develop new abilities or pursue careers that more closely align with their interests. To avoid boredom, to keep them occupied in their primary employment, employees may choose to moonlight in order to make use of the available free time. Legal but maybe unethical, there is no general legislation that forbids someone from doing more than one job. An individual with similar types of occupations, however, can cause confidentiality problems. Inefficiency. Employees who are physically exhausted from working long hours may be distracted, ineffective, and negligent in their work duties as a result of their second job. Utilization of corporate resources. Employees that work a second job may utilize corporate resources, which raises operating costs. Health compromise. Poor diet, insufficient sleep, and lack of exercise can have an effect on employee health. Way ahead to identify and mitigate hazards related to moonlighting, such as data leaking and daylighting, working on another job during the working hours of the primary job. Several firms have implemented tools and procedures. These personnel may be moonlighting or abusing the company's intellectual property, as evidenced by their actions or by signs of data leaking. Employers may advise against working a second job out of worry for potential conflicts of interest, effects on primary job performance, abuse of corporate resources, absenteeism, inattentiveness or exhaustion. Employees should have the option to moonlight unless doing so compromises the effectiveness and integrity of their core job duties. Ethics of influencer endorsements. Endorsements are a type of advertising that makes use of well-known figures or celebrities that enjoy a high level of public awareness, respect, or recognition. Advertisers and clients believe that a celebrity's endorsement or stamp of approval will positively affect consumer behavior. For instance, Sachin Tendulkar's endorsement of cookies and motorcycles may have an impact on young boys or kids who look up to him as a role model. India's laws against deceptive advertising. The Centre has published endorsement rules for public figures and social media influencers that require them to disclose any financial or material benefits they may receive from a brand or product they are endorsing on social media. The 2019 Consumer Protection Act, which was passed to safeguard consumers against unfair business practices and misleading advertising, is in line with the new regulations. Guidelines for the prevention of misleading advertisements and endorsements for misleading advertisements, 2022, were released by the Department of Consumer Affairs. These standards specify the requirements for legitimate advertisements as well as the obligations of manufacturers, service providers, advertisers, and advertising agencies. Celebrities and product endorsers were also covered by these rules. It declares that deceptive advertising is prohibited in all forms, formats, and media. 26. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Influencers who fail to disclose their brand links risk a fine of up to 50 lakh rupees. Who needs to disclose? People or organizations that, due to their authority, expertise, standing, or connections with their audience, have access to and the ability to influence the buying decisions or opinions of their audiences regarding a good, service, brand, or experience. An advantage or incentive could be considered a significant relationship, however this is not limited to monetary or other form of reward. Free goods with or without conditions, including unsolicited goods, discounts, and presents entries for contests and sweepstakes. Ethics of migration. Human migration and mobility is a long-standing phenomenon that affects practically all societies worldwide. But throughout time, things have evolved in a number of different ways. Migration's importance. Demand and supply for labor. Migration fills in gaps in the supply and demand for labor, distributing skilled labor, unskilled labor, and inexpensive labor in an effective manner. Skill development. Through exposure to and engagement with the outside world, migration helps migrants increase their knowledge and skills. Life quality. Economic prosperity and more work opportunities are two factors that contribute to higher life quality. Economic remittances. Migrants, financial stability improves consumer spending and investments in health, education, and asset building while serving as an insurance policy against threats to households back home. Social remittances. As migrants learn about new cultures, habits, and languages, their social lives are improved. This fosters greater equality and tolerance as well as a stronger sense of brotherhood among all people. Future directions for migration-centric policies. Preventing migration may even be detrimental because it is essential to the process of human growth and is crucial to reaching the sustainable growth goals. India must build institutional processes, policies, and strategies focused on migration in order to promote equitable growth and development, lessen migration brought on by hardship, and improve its chances of eradicating poverty. The India Centre for Migration, a research institute affiliated with the Ministry of External Affairs, MA, can play a significant role in determining how to educate and orient those who want to migrate internationally. In order to play a more proactive role in educating and orienting the populace towards work, the central government would also help the former. Immigration and immigration laws need to be more flexible to allow for an easier transfer of human capital. Furthermore, it's time to abandon outdated viewpoints that view immigration and movement exclusively as a means of seeking safety and recognize the significance of migration for human advancement. Conclusion. Migration is caused by a number of variables, the most important of which are sociopolitical, economic, and environmental. Understanding how this migration process benefits both the country of origin and the country of destination is crucial, and this is why a more inclusive migration policy is required. Doping in sports. Recently, the National Anti-Doping Bill was approved by Parliament. The use of illegal substances, pills, or therapies by athletes with the goal of enhancing sports performance is referred to as doping. WADA's key initiatives include raising awareness of the health concerns associated with doping, researching the practices, developing anti-doping tools, and creating testing procedures for doping detection. Criteria for doping includes, it improves efficiency. It puts the athlete's health in danger. It goes against the spirit of the game. Problems related to doping. The use of doping seems to be a factor in the frequent ill health effects and even early deaths experienced by athletes. 27. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Children who experience delayed puberty and stunted growth. The use of steroids has been linked to sadness and, occasionally, suicidal thoughts. Significant clauses in the bill. A statutory mandate. The National Board for Anti-Doping in Sports will be established as part of the bill, which aims to boost anti-doping efforts in sport by providing a formal framework for the National Anti-Doping Agency, the National Dope Testing Laboratory, and other dope testing laboratories. Or legislation that establishes a legal foundation for outlawing doping in sports and implementing national anti-doping initiatives. Investigation anti-doping rule infractions are to be looked into, as well as anti-doping activities must be planned, carried out, and monitored according to the legislation. Prohibition. The law forbids doping in sports by competitors, athlete support staff, and other individuals. Social reform. A matter of law or ethics. Recently, a huge tragedy in Bihar claimed the lives of over 70 individuals. Bihar has banned alcohol for the past 6 years. These catastrophes don't just occur in Bihar. They occasionally occur throughout much of India. It is debatable whether changing behavior is a legal issue or merely an ethical one. Another crucial issue is whether a state should restrict a person's freedom in the name of welfare. Using the information in this article, we will examine how the rule of law and ethical principles influence and guide social behavior. Need for law to change liquor behavior. Obligation under the Constitution. The state or government is required by Article 47 of the Indian Constitution to outlaw the use of narcotics and alcoholic beverages. It states that in order to promote public health, the state must increase the bar for living conditions and nutrition. Moral duties. The social contract thesis contends that the government has a moral duty to protect its citizens' welfare. Justice theory. In a country where men predominate, like India, others, especially family members, suffer as a result of alcohol consumption habits. Therefore, it is justified to ban alcohol in order to secure justice for vulnerable groups, females and children. Utilitarian philosophy. The greatest good for the greatest number is possible, according to utilitarian philosophy, if alcohol is prohibited. A single intoxicated person has a negative impact on the entire family. Why does the law fail in some cases? At Thais. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Success of a law depends on a number of variables, including how the legislation is presented and discussed. Successful laws typically result from lengthy discussions including the greatest number of possible stakeholders. For instance, the law prohibiting the use of sati was passed in response to a long-standing request from the community where it was being practiced, but laws that were passed hastily and without much debate sometimes fail to have the desired effect. For instance, most states have passed anti-alcohol laws quickly and without consulting key parties. Justification for a major factor in its success is law. For instance, the justification for anti-slavery laws was strong since such practices were against humanity, leading to the abolition of slavery. Legal feasibility. For instance, lockdown rules may be adopted because they are legal, whereas anti-corruption measures fail because they are not legal. Implementation strategy. An operational plan that directs the process of putting a policy into effect is referred to as an implementation strategy. There are 6 requirements for a law to be implemented successfully: consistency and clarity in goals, validity of the motivation behind the law, structuring of the implementation process, officials' commitment to enforcing the law, support from civil society, persistence of socio-economic conditions. Key terms. Key terms or their meanings. Terms meaning moral muteness. Moral muteness occurs when people witness unethical behavior and choose not to say anything. It can also occur when people communicate in ways that obscure their moral beliefs and commitments. Moral myopia. Moral myopia refers to the inability to see ethical issues clearly. The term, coined by Minet Drumright and Patrick Murphy describes what happens when we do not recognize the moral implications of a problem, or we have a distorted moral vision. An extreme version of moral myopia is called moral blindness. Cognitive bias people generally believe that they are mostly rational in their thinking, decisions, and actions. But even the smartest and best educated people often commit cognitive errors as they make financial, medical, personal, and ethical decisions. These errors in thinking, also called cognitive bias, affect all people in virtually every situation. Bounded ethicality. Bounded ethicality is the idea that our ability to make ethical choices is often limited or restricted because of internal and external pressures. For example, outside pressures, such as the tendency to conform to the actions of those around us, can make it hard to do the right thing. So can internal biases, such as the self-serving bias, which often causes us to subconsciously favor ourselves at the expense of others. Conformity bias. The conformity bias is the tendency people have to behave like those around them rather than using their own personal judgment. For X, when we see others succeed by cheating, it makes us more likely to cheat as well. Ethical fading. Ethical fading occurs when the ethical aspects of a decision disappear from view. This happens when people focus heavily on some other aspect of a decision, such as profitability or winning. Moral cognition. It is the study of the brain's role in moral judgment and decision making. As a social science, it involves understanding the rationalizations and biases that affect moral decision making. Moral cognition also involves the scientific study of the brain that is evolving along with technology. Role morality. It is the notion that people sometimes fail to live up to their own ethical standards because they see themselves as playing a certain role that excuses them from those standards. For 29. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Example, say a person views herself as a loyal employee of a company. In that role, she might act unethically to benefit her employer in ways that she would never do to help herself. Moral absolutism. Moral absolutism asserts that there are certain universal moral principles by which all people's actions may be judged. It is a form of deontology. Previous year's questions. Previous year's questions here. 1. Discuss the role of ethics and values in enhancing the following three major components of comprehensive national power, CNP, viz. Human capital, soft power, culture and policies, and social harmony. 2020. Though education is not an injunction, it is an effective and pervasive tool for all-round development of an individual and social transformation. Examine the new education policy, 2020, NEP, 2020, in light of the above statement. 2020. 3. Distinguish between laws and rules. Discuss the role of ethics in formulating them. 2024. What are the basic principles of public life? Illustrate any three of these with suitable examples. 2019-5. What is meant by the term constitutional morality? How does one uphold constitutional morality? 2019-6. State the three basic values, universal in nature, in the context of civil service and bring out their importance. 2018. 7. What is meant by public interest? What are principles and procedures to be followed by the civil servants in public interest? 2018. 8. With regard to morality of actions, one view is that means are of paramount importance and the other view is that the ends justify the means. Which view do you think is more appropriate? Justify your answer. 2018. No. The crisis of ethical values in modern times is traced to a narrow perception of the good life. Discuss. 2017. Thus, explain how ethics contributes to social and human well-being. 2017-11. Law and ethics are considered to be the two tools for controlling human conduct so as to make it conducive to civilized social existence. A. Discuss how they achieve this objective. B. Giving examples, show how the two differ in their approaches. 2016-30. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Chapter 2 Attitude. It is our attitude at the beginning of a difficult task which, more than anything else, will affect its successful outcome. William James. Attitude is a psychological tendency that is expressed by evaluating a particular entity with some degree of favor or disfavor. Eagerly and Chaikin. You can often change your circumstances by changing your attitude. Eleanor Roosevelt. Attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. Winston Churchill. Introduction. Attitude is an evaluation people make towards persons, objects, ideas or events. For e.g., an attitude of reverence towards religion makes one follow its doctrine. Attitudes are the perspectives on a situation based upon the values held by a person or organization. It is a psychological tendency of evaluating a particular object either in favor or disfavor. Characteristics of attitude. Psychological construct. Attitude is a mental evaluation and predisposition. Learned and acquired. Attitudes are acquired through socialization. Relatively stable. Attitudes are enduring and resistant to change. Evaluation and judgment. Attitudes involve positive or negative appraisal. Influence behavior. Attitudes shape and predict behavior. Cognitive, affective, and behavioral components. Attitudes have thoughts, emotions, and actions. Subjective. Attitudes vary from person to person. Expressive and communicative. Attitudes are expressed through cues. Context dependent. Attitudes can vary in different situations. Can be influenced and changed. Attitudes can be influenced and modified. StructureComponents of attitude. Attitude is made up of three main components: cognitive, affective, and behavioral. 1. Cognitive. This component of attitude involves our thoughts and beliefs about something or someone. It's based on the information we have gathered and our understanding of it. We form judgments and opinions based on what we know. For example, if someone believes that snakes are dangerous, it means they have a cognitive attitude towards snakes based on their knowledge or information. Though affective, the affective component of attitude deals with our emotions and feelings towards something or someone. It's how we feel about a particular object, person, issue, or event. It can include emotions like fear, hate, pleasure, or even love. For example, if someone is scared of spiders, it means they have an affective attitude of fear towards spiders. 3. Behavioral. The behavioral component of attitude is about how our attitude influences our behavior or actions. It's the way we tend to act or behave based on our attitude. For example, if someone has a fear of snakes, their behavioral attitude might be to run away when they see a snake. Example, 3. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Portugal's football player Ronaldo sat down for his first pre-match press conference of the tournament before Portugal's clash with Hungary, and noticed that two bottles of Coca-Cola were sitting directly in front of him. He promptly removed the soft drinks from the view of the cameras and replaced them with a water bottle. In the given example, the cognitive component is the knowledge of Ronaldo that Coca-Cola is bad for health. The affective component is the feeling of disgust towards Coca-Cola, and the behavioral component is the removal of the Coca-Cola bottles. Formation of attitude. The following theories are used to explain the formation of attitude. 1. Classical or Pavlovian conditioning. It involves pairing a previously neutral stimulus with an unconditioned stimulus to elicit conditioned response. Ivan Pavlov discovered classical conditioning. He paired previously neutral stimulus, sound of bell, which did not elicit any response from dogs, with unconditioned stimulus, dog's food, to elicit conditioned response in dogs. Because of the conditioned response, dogs produced saliva just by ringing bells. Example, citizens develop a positive attitude towards civil servants who consistently work for the betterment of people. Though instrumental conditioning. According to this theory, positive outcomes strengthen behaviors while negative outcomes suppress them. Example, a person who is continuously ostracized for smoking, eventually will quit smoking by developing a negative attitude towards it. Theme. Observational learning. This theory says that a person modifies his behavior, thought by observing the rewards or punishments that others get. Example, best employer awards are given in companies so as to change the attitude of the employees. 4. Genetic factors. It plays an important role in shaping and developing attitude toward anything or entity. Example, for certain food is more influenced by genetic factors. 5. Culture. Culture exerts enormous influence on an individual. Culture in itself includes religion, tradition, customs, prohibitions, rewards and sanctions. Example, Maria's cultural upbringing instilled in her a strong sense of respect for elders, shaping her behavior to prioritize their opinions and seek their guidance in decision making. Functions of attitude. Following are the main functions of attitude, but these PRAHAAR redefined 3.0 Ethics. Utilitarian, instrumental function. Utilitarian attitude leads to behavior that optimizes one's interest. Positive attitude towards objects that are associated with rewards, and negative attitude towards those associated with punishment. Example, awards such as Bharat Ratna, Padma Bhushan, Padma Vibhushan etc. are bestowed by the government to develop a positive attitude in the citizens towards their respective works and social service. Knowledge function. It enables one to understand the environment and be consistent in one's ideas and thinking. It desires for a predictable, stable world. Example, a person avoids visiting countries like Syria as he has knowledge that his life will be in danger there. Ego defensive function. It protects an individual from acknowledging the basic truths about himself or harsh realities of life. It helps an individual to psychologically isolate him from groups perceived as hostile or threatening. Example, you may not be able to play football like Messi. Instead of accepting this reality, you can claim that you don't like football to maintain your self-image. Value expressive function. It helps to demonstrate one's self-image to others. It expresses our basic values. It helps in securing social approval for an individual. Example, standing in solidarity with victims of injustice, even if one is not directly related to it, serves the value expressive function. Function of decision making. Our decisions are based on how we evaluate situations. Attitude facilitates decision making. Example, attitude of alleviating poverty. Self-awareness function. Attitudes can help people to approach things that are beneficial to them and avoid things that are harmful to them. Example, Sarah's positive attitude towards healthy eating leads her to choose nutritious foods and avoid harmful dietary habits. Social adjustment function. Attitudes help us in social adjustments. Attitudes help us in simplifying our perception about the world and make it more manageable to us. Example, Michael's open-minded attitude allows him to adapt to diverse cultural perspectives, facilitating social interactions and fostering understanding in a globalized world. Social identity function. It helps in displaying the information of attitude of an individual to others. Example, celebrating Independence Day demonstrates the patriotic image to others. Influence of attitude on behavior. Attitude is defined as tendencies to behave in certain ways in social situations. But most recent researchers have found that not always people behave according to their attitude, i.e. there is mismatch between attitude and expected behavior. Attitude is a personal trait, whereas behavior is a social trait. Difference between attitude and behavior. Thetis. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Attitude behavior. Attitude is an internal component of our cognition, knowledge or information. Attitude refers to a person's mental view regarding the way she thinks or feels about someone or something. It is more personal. A person's attitude is mainly based on the experiences gained by him during the course of his life and observations. Attitude reflects one's emotions, opinions and thoughts. Factors like environment, experiences, and moral values mainly influence attitudes. Example, someone can have an attitude of showing sympathy to poor people. Behavior is the manifestation or exhibition of such an attitude. Behavior implies the actions and conduct of an individual or group towards other persons. It is more social. The behavior of a person is based on the situation and circumstances. Behavior reflects one's attitude as actions are the reflection of our thoughts. Attitudes, character traits, biological factors like endocrine and nervous responses influence our behavior. Example, this belief is an attitude and can be shown in behavior by practicing compassion by helping poor people. Categories of attitude. Explicit attitude and implicit attitude. Explicit attitude, also referred to as the self-reported attitude. This attitude is embedded in our conscious cognition, or in simple words, the person involved is aware of his/her attitude. Implicit attitude, mostly governed by past memories, this attitude is embedded in our unconscious cognition. It arises unintentionally due to our experiences. Explicit attitude. Implicit attitude. A person is aware of his attitudes. A person is unaware of implicit beliefs. It is formed consciously. It is a subconscious attitude. It is less spontaneous. It is more spontaneous. It reflects values, beliefs and desired responses. It reflects experiences based on social conditioning. It is easy to self-report. It is usually unknown to us. Example, positive attitude towards a product which was manufactured in an environment-friendly manner. Example, positive attitude towards products used by parents during childhood days. Opinion and attitude. It is an individual's thought or belief about something, whether good or bad. It can vary from person to person. Chotis. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Example, there are conflicting opinions on the possession of nuclear weapons, historical responsibility of climate change in the Western and Eastern world. Opinion. Attitude. It is the expression of judgment. It is a predisposition to act in a certain way. It is restricted to verbal expression, spoken or written. Attitude is inferred from both verbal or non-verbal expressions. It may or may not be based on facts or knowledge. It is generated from own belief system. Opinion is generally advisable in nature to others. It is related to more to self-like or dislike towards person, place, environment, etc. Example: an author expressing positive opinion on democracy through an article. Example: the author having positive attitude about democracy by studying various forms of government. Belief and attitude: it is being certain about something that exists or is true. Example: theists believe in the existence of God while atheists deny it. Belief attitude: it is an idea that a person holds as true. It is a mental disposition that results in a particular behavior. It can arise from past experience, cultural or societal norms or education. It arises out of values and beliefs we hold internally. Changing belief can change attitude. Changing attitude can also lead to change in belief. Example: a person may have belief in a particular God. Example: the person will regularly pay obeisance to that God. Value and attitude: values are deeply held beliefs and principles that guide individuals' behaviors and decision making, reflecting what is considered important and desirable in life. Example: a person's value of honesty compels him to always speak the truth, even when it is difficult or uncomfortable. Value attitude: it helps to guide our behavior. It is the response that is the result of our values. It helps in deciding what is right and wrong. It is our likes, dislikes for things, people and objects. These are more or less permanent in nature. Attitudes are changeable with favorable experiences. They represent a single belief that guides actions and judgment across objects and situations. They represent several beliefs focused on a specific object or situation. It refers to personal belief or principles that guide behaviors and decision making. It refers to personal feeling, negative, positive, or neutral feeling, about persons, object, situation, or environment. Showcase a particular person's moral ethics and her overall character. Highlight a person's behavior through the personality. It is derived from social and cultural conventions. It is more of a personal experience. Example: a civil servant possessing the value of openness. Example: the civil servant will have a positive attitude towards the RTI Act. Similarity between value and attitudes: values and attitudes are two important variables influencing the cognitive process and behavior. They are learned and acquired essentially from the same sources. They endure and are resistant to change. They have a reciprocal influence and are used interchangeably. PAHAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Moral attitude. It is based on the moral conviction of what is right and wrong. It is associated with strong emotions. They are the foundation of a moral life. So, if an individual is devoid of these attitudes, her life will be devoid of morality, and if at all they will be present, it would be accidental and therefore superficial and inconsistent. Moral attitudes are inclusive of moral judgments, right and wrong, and depict the values of a person. Socrates and Plato had moral attitudes in which they believed that it is better to suffer injustice than to do injustice. Gandhiji's fundamental belief in non-violence as a tool to combat injustice. Not all attitudes are concerned with morality. Example: my attitude towards snakes has nothing to do with morality. But my attitude towards democracy will have moral undertones. Activities like altruism, volunteerism, social service etc. emanate from a moral attitude. On the negative side, moral attitudes can be used to justify violent acts of terrorism. It is shaped by family, society, religion, education etc. For example, positive attitude for honor killing is justified on the grounds of saving the pride of the family. Positive attitude towards life and relationships is justified on the grounds of individuality and freedom. Qualities of moral attitude. Moral attitude is neither permanent nor universal. There are many factors which shape moral attitudes. They are reverence. It is the attitude of great respect towards others. It is important in realizing justice towards others, in consideration for the rights of another, in limiting one's lust for power. The irreverent and impertinent man cannot submit to authority or abnegate himself. Faithfulness, it is the virtue of remaining loyal to someone or something and putting this loyalty into consistent practice. The more faithful and consistent a person is, the more substantial he is and the more capable he will be of becoming a vessel of moral values. Veracity, it implies truthfulness, fidelity or constancy in the awareness of responsibility. A person who lacks truthfulness is crippled in his personality. Goodness, it flows from the conscious response of love. It is the basic attitude which helps in practicing benevolence and generosity. Awareness of responsibility. A person with awareness of responsibility is one who has assimilated values in him, herself. So, there is recognition of the presence of higher power and that should underpin decision making. This leads to inquiry making before decision making and holding forth in face of fear or temptations. Motivation for altruism, it motivates a person towards altruism, volunteerism and social service. Attached with strong emotions, moral attitude is tied up with strong emotions. Hence, it prevents deviant behavior among normal people due to fear of social exclusion. Example: rapes, child molestation, etc. 36. BRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Implication of moral attitudes. Positive implications, negative implications. Tied up with strong emotions. Hence prevents deviant behaviors due to fear of social ostracization, e.g. child molestation, incest. People can use it to justify violence, behavior and lunacy and still society will accept it because moral attitude is strong emotions. Example: motivates a person towards riots, genocide and terrorism to justify religious, regional issues. Motivates a person towards altruism, volunteerism, social service. Since moral attitude is tied with strong emotions, people don't get along with those who don't share their moral attitude. X. Intolerance. Social attitude. It is the outlook of a person towards social entities like society, culture, organizations, institutions, etc. It is a behavior pattern, a conditioned response or anticipatory tendency towards a social stimulus. It is shaped by personal experiences and observations. It can be learned predispositions. For example, attitude of mainstream society towards the LGBTQ community. Attitude towards the weaker sections. A positive attitude towards poverty, deprivation, discrimination, etc. Implies empathy and caring nature of the person. It signifies compassion towards the weaker and marginalized section. Significance for civil servant. Compassionate attitude. Civil servants must exhibit compassion towards weaker sections, using their power to uplift them. Tolerance. Civil servants should be tolerant to cater to the needs of weaker sections. Familiarity with fundamental rights. Civil servants must be aware of marginalized citizens' fundamental rights. Sarvodaya and Antyodaya. Civil servants should work in the spirit of upliftment for all, especially the poorest. Proactive empathy. Civil servants should develop an empathetic approach towards weaker sections. Avoiding stereotypes and prejudices. Civil servants must steer clear of biases and stereotypes in their treatment of individuals. For example, IAS officer Amit Gupta's initiative, Dalia Jalao, helped in the elimination of manual scavenging in Badaयूं district of UP. Prejudice. It involves prejudgments that are usually negative about members of a group. It is a baseless and often negative attitude towards members of a group. It has a strong influence on how people behave. It is an assumption that is not supported by logic or personal experience. It is primarily dependent on the person's membership in a social group. People holding prejudicial attitudes paint every member of the group as the same. It often translates into discrimination. For examples, prejudice that women can't drive, Dalits don't have merit, tribals are unhygienic etc. How to counter prejudice? Identify cause and source, determine the origin of prejudice to address its root causes. Minimize opportunities for learning prejudices, reduce exposure to biased information or environments that foster prejudice. SETIs. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Emphasize broader social identity. Encourage considering a wider social identity, such as national or global, rather than narrow group affiliations. Discourage negative behavior. Discourage victims of prejudice from responding with negative behavior. Increase intergroup contact. Promote interactions between different groups to build trust and reduce mistrust. Education and information dissemination. Utilize education and dissemination of information to challenge stereotypes and promote understanding. Holding responsibility. Hold individuals accountable for their prejudice to generate internal reflection and conflict. Political attitude. It refers to the attitude of a person or group towards persons, institutions, events, issues related to political ideology. Political attitude is how a person feels about political parties, issues or its ideologies. It is important as people examine issues with particular angles because of their ideological predisposition. Traits which influence our political orientation. 1. Extraversion. It is the energetic approach to the social and material world. It includes traits such as sociability, activity, assertiveness or positive emotionality. 2. Agreeableness. It is a pro-social trait. It includes traits such as altruism, tender-mindedness, trust and modesty. 3. Conscientiousness. It facilitates task and goal-oriented behavior such as thinking before acting, following norms or rules, planning, organizing etc. 4. Emotional stability. Emotional stability enables the person to develop an integrated and balanced way of perceiving the problems of life. This organizational ability and structured perception helps one to develop reality-oriented thinking, judgment and evaluation ability. It implies even-temperedness. 5. Openness to experience. It describes breadth, depth, originality and complexity of an individual's experiential life. Factors which affect our political ideologies. Religion shapes the moral attitude which in turn shapes our political attitude. For example, Khilafat movement in pre-independence India. Age. In the general sense, older people are conservative and young people are liberal and as such subscribe to particular ideology. For example, young people are more likely to back political parties who support individuality and freedom. Economic status. Poor people align towards socialist ideology and rich people align towards capitalistic ideology. For example, poor people are more likely to vote for parties who promise them subsidized food, healthcare, education etc. Family. Children tend to emulate their parents' ideology. Education. Schools' ideology and syllabus plays an important role in shaping the ideology of students. For example, Chinese system of education supports communist ideology and hence they loathe democratic countries. Caste. A person is likely to adopt the ideology which is supported by his caste. For example, elections in India are still fought on caste lines. A politician is more likely to give a ticket to a candidate belonging to a caste which has a majority in a given constituency. Ethnicity. People are often moved by the political ideology which supports their ethnicity. For example, political parties like DMK, Shiromani Akali Dal etc. base their political ideology on ethnicity. Social media. In the age of it, social media has become a prominent tool of propaganda influencing the political ideologies of the people. For example, political parties use social media handles to attract vote bank. Psychological factor. Some persons are more psychologically adapted to liberalism or conservatism than others. A great tolerance for disorder is a requirement for being a liberal. Significance of political attitude. It determines how people participate in the political process, whom they vote for and what political parties they support. It represents a part of moral attitude. Arthis. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Major types of political ideology. Anarchism. It is against all forms of authority and rejects forceful notions of hierarchy. It calls for abolition of the state, which it holds to be unnecessary and harmful. Authoritarianism. It rejects political pluralism. It employs strong central power to preserve its political status. Communism. The main objective of communists is the formation of society where there is common ownership and means of production are owned by the common masses without the presence of social classes. It is based on Marxist theory. Conservatism. Conservatives feel that men are neither good nor rational. They think that traditional political and cultural institutions are needed to curb men's base and destructive instincts. They feel that social welfare policies are making the recipients dependent upon the government. Liberalism. Liberals aim at protecting and increasing individuals' freedom. They fear government's overreach and hence seek to restrict government's power. Based on the right of individual choice, liberals promote contraception, divorce, abortion and homosexuality. Fascism and Nazism. It is characterized by authoritarianism, ultra-nationalism, forcible suppression of opposition, rigidity of society and economy. Nazism is a form of fascism with disdain for liberal and parliamentary democracy. Environmentalism. It is concerned with environment protection and improvement of ecology so that both humans and animals can live peacefully in their environment. Feminism. It aims to establish political, economic, personal and social equality of the genders. Identity politics. It is an intellectual and political strategy in which members of a certain race, religion, gender, social class, or other distinguishing characteristics create political agendas based on problems that may have an impact on their lives. Democratic attitude. It gives space to difference of opinion and appreciates participation of stakeholders. In case of public service, it ensures participation of people at various stages of policy formulation and implementation. It refers to those attitudes possessed by civil servants who promote the participation of people in decision making. They promote the delegation of power or authority. In place of rule and regulation, there is more focus on compassion, tolerance and inclusiveness. It has following characteristics. All decisions are based on popular opinion. All views of the majority is right or maximization of satisfaction of the largest number of people. All supported by elected representatives. Merits demerits. It promotes the active participation of people. So, it will promote and strengthen the democratic institution at the grassroots level. It will make the governance system more accountable as there is active participation of people. There will be more transparency and efficient public service delivery. Decision-making process will become slow and time-consuming. There is difficulty to satisfy every section of society. Sometimes, such an attitude becomes a hindrance to the development process. Example: delay in clearance of mining and industrial development project in scheduled area, because of mandatory consultation under Forest Act 2006. Bureaucratic attitude. Bureaucratic attitude refers to a mindset or approach characterized by excessive adherence to rules, procedures, and formalities within an organizational or institutional setting. This is an attitude strictly adhering to guidelines, rules and regulations. It is based on neutrality, objectivity, impartiality. Characteristics of bureaucratic attitude: decisions strictly based on law, adhering to all rules and procedures, lack of importance to public opinion, antagonize the elected representatives. 39. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Merits: demerit. Strict compliance of standard operating procedure. Since consultation with the public is not needed, decisions can be taken quickly. It is easier to fix responsibility for decisions because of the hierarchical decision-making process. Red tapeism: as there is no urgency in achieving targets, they are opposed to changes in the system, leading to stagnation. It is rigid. Hence, public service delivery may not be effective. Apathy towards common people as rule is supreme and not citizens. Difference between democratic attitude and bureaucratic attitude. Democratic attitude, bureaucratic attitude. It is based on participatory, humanistic and flexible approaches and on bottom-up decision-making. It focuses more on accountability, people participation, transparency, the flexibility of law and public interest. It promotes the active participation of people based on the values of transparency, inclusiveness. Example: institutions for public service delivery like banks and PDS shops require democratic attitude. It reflects hierarchical discipline, implicit obedience to orders, top-down instructions, and rule-bound approaches. It focuses on strengthening and adhering to rules, procedure, top-down, and centralized decision-making. Apathy towards common people as rule is supreme and not citizens, based on objectivity and neutrality. Example: areas needing quicker decision making and there is a question of national security and sovereignty of the country, there is need of bureaucratic attitude. Behavior in Indian society. It is said that behavior in Indian society is difficult to change. It is due to the following reasons: rigid beliefs and practices. These practices have been shaped over centuries and as such are difficult to change. For example, toilets are not constructed in the houses, it is considered clean. Culture. The cultural evil has perpetuated the hierarchical system. Stereotypes and prejudices, such as subjugation of women in the family. Resistance. Lack of emotional connection with the government creates a barrier between the government and the citizens, as such citizens resist change. Factors affect the formation of a person's attitude towards social problems. One's upbringing and family. Upbringing and family, the most powerful source for formation of attitudes. The parents, siblings provide information about various things. Example: a child grown in a family having a patriarchal outlook, most probably used to have a prejudiced attitude towards women. Chalice. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Beliefs and practices of their family. Family having orthodox thought, helped members to have an attitude of superstition, biasedness based on caste, religion, tradition, etc. Also, an inculcated intolerance view towards other groups of people. Once circumstances in which a person is raised and lives, people who grow up poor have a whole different perspective of social problems than people who were raised in relative luxury and ease. Direct experience: a person who has faced racism in his life develops a negative attitude towards it. Example: Mahatma Gandhi being evicted from a train by a white man made him stand against apartheid policies. Education system: education system cultivates habits of analytical and critical thinking on the prevalent social issues. It has shaped the attitude of common people to treat everyone with equality and abjure untouchability. However, too much information-oriented education has little scope for creativity, innovation and self-learning. Modern-day education also fails to inculcate moral values and discipline in the young minds that could enable them to become better and more responsible human beings. Changing behavior to make government programs successful. What needs to be done? Following can be done to change the behavior of Indian people. Cultural and societal conventions must be used in the campaign. For example, for successful implementation of Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, reference to our scriptures can be taken where women are worshipped as embodiments of Shakti. Reflection sessions, where government agents can pre-commit people to certain goals. For example, it can be used in Swachh Bharat Abhiyan where Swachhagrahis will pre-commit people to sanitation goals. Making people realize tangible outcomes, by showing examples of people who have benefited from the program. Creating emotional connect between the citizens and the government. The government's transparent communication and active engagement foster an emotional connect with citizens, building trust and a sense of shared responsibility for societal progress. Crimes against women: recently, the National Commission for Women, NCW, informed that there was a rise of 46% in complaints of crimes against women in the first 8 months of 2021 over the corresponding period of last year. Reasons for sexual exploitation against women: patriarchal society. Indian society has always been solidly patriarchal. Now, as women refuse to subscribe to traditional gender roles, as they seek to educate themselves, take up jobs outside the home, choose their own marriage partners, and as a result women face a patriarchal backlash. Attitudes: across cultures, attitudes toward gender are likely to affect how male-female relationships are viewed, and subsequently how the sexual offenders and the victims are viewed. Challenge to social and political dominance of men: there is equality of all individuals before the law. The surge in attacks on women is an angry attempt by men to sustain the overwhelming social and political dominance they have long enjoyed, but the same is now challenged by modern notions of gender justice. Images portrayed by advertisements and in films, Bollywood films, aimed increasingly at a rapidly westernizing middle class, portray romance and desire as inevitable byproducts of contemporary life, creating a further sense of frustration among the unemployed young men who watch them. Lack of infrastructure of cities: the crumbling infrastructure of our cities also militates against women's safety. Streets lit dimly or not at all, bad or non-existent means of public transport, an incompetent and corrupt police form all contribute to the insecurity and vulnerability of women. Steps to correct crimes against women: legal steps. Police should report every complaint related to females. Establishment of a special cell for women to make investigation process faster and more intense. A special manhunt drive on those under the lens. Make teams including women officers in each one of them and put them on patrolling in all sensitive areas. Run a 24/7 helpline and position teams such that they can reach anywhere in district instantly. 41. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Training to be given to women for self-defense. Social action. involvement of NGOs, social activists, women-friendly associations and district mass campaign to be launched towards gender sensitivity and equality concept of community policing with women policing public police relationship drive to rebuild the confidence of public motivational and inspirational talks advisory for hospitals for being of more sensitive towards rape victims. Moral policing. Moral police is a term used to describe vigilante groups which act to enforce a code of morality in society. They take law into their own hands and try to forcefully enforce discipline on people. For example, a youth in Kerala's Thrissur district was beaten to death by a mob after being found in the house of a woman. Why is it harmful? Leads to suppression of fundamental rights, particularly of vulnerable sections like women. As it is extrajudicial, it leads to anarchy, it leads to disturbance of social harmony and peace. Faith on law get deteriorated and intolerance index increases in society. Demand of instant justice rises. It can result in mob lynching and may prove disastrous for the society. Ways to stop. Improve policing and punish those who take law into their hands. Reforms in the criminal justice system are required in order to instill sensitivity and knowledge of constitutional values in the administration. Mass awareness campaigns to educate and remove people of their rigid biases and to accept change. Increase policing near sensitive areas during Valentine's Day, near pub areas, etc. where moral policing mostly happens. Community policing and volunteer groups to give support to people during sensitive times. This field helps us in understanding why atypical behavior in humans like racism, war, ethnic cleansing, terrorism, genocide, religious intolerance etc. occur. According to social psychologists, human behavior is function of both person and the situation. Social influence. It refers to how individual thoughts, actions and feelings are influenced by social groups. It is a quality that can lead to changes in a person's actions, attitudes, and feelings as a result of interactions with other people in society. Ways in which individuals respond to social influences are 1. Compliance. An individual is not fully convinced with the other person but shows agreement at the surface level. For example, in a conversation a person makes a racist comment. The other person is offended but says nothing. Here, the other person merely shows compliance. Though. Identify. In this case an individual idolizes the other influential person. For example, a college student drinks Pepsi because his favorite celebrity endorses it. Bayalis. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Theme. Internalize. Here two individuals share the same belief system. In the example made for compliance, if the other individual too makes racist comments, it is the case for internalization. Types of social influence. 1. Normative influence. An individual follows the crowd in order to be liked and accepted. By agreeing on common beliefs, values, attitudes and behavior, an individual increases his chance of acceptance and survival possibilities. Though. Informational influence. An individual goes along with the crowd because he thinks that crowd knows more than him. Two types of situations produce informational influence. Ambiguous situations when individuals don't know what to do. Crisis situation when an individual doesn't have time to think what to do. For e.g. during stampede. Public spirit context. Odisha train accident. Citizens rush to hospitals to donate blood. The recent train accident in Odisha's Balasore district claimed almost 200 lives and caused many injuries to the people. Apart from the doctors and other hospital staff who worked non-stop, the society also came to be as one of the helpers in the best way possible. The train accident has shown the humane side of villagers who queued up outside medical centers in large numbers to donate blood. Some civil society groups also chipped in for the noble cause. As a result of this action by the public, there was more blood than it was needed. Principles of social influence 1. Reciprocity. People tend to give back what was received. Example, reciprocating smiles between individuals. Though. Consistency. Generally, people try to be consistent with their previous actions, opinions and assertions. Theme. Social proof. People often decide what to do by looking at what similar others have done. 4. Liking. People are often influenced by those people whom they like. 5. Authority. People with power and authority tend to influence others. 6. Scarcity. Items and opportunities become more desirable when they are less accessible. Example, use of slogans like limited edition or last week for sale have immediate effect. Norms. These are group-held beliefs about how members should behave in a given context. These are informal understandings that govern society's behaviors. Example, touching feet in Indian society is considered as a sign of respect. Persuasion. It is an attempt to change a person's attitude. Example, Swachh Bharat mission focused on persuasion to change the behavior of people regarding cleanliness. Persuasion can also result in more submission and obedience. Persuasion refers to the process of changing the attitudes and behaviors of the target group towards some event, idea, object, or another person as in the intended direction, by using written or spoken words to convey information, feelings, or reasoning, etc. Example, disclosing income to avoid tax evasion. Beti Bachao Beti Padhao to change the attitude of people towards girls. Students Give It Up campaign to give up subsidy. Celebration of Earth Day to persuade global citizen against climate change. Encourage extremists to leave path of violence in northeastern and Naxal affected regions. 43. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0 Ethics. It is a receiver-centric exercise. It is not what the source says, it is what the receiver understands. 4 things are important in persuasion. The source, persuader. The message. The audience. Channel, medium. Source, credibility. A source can be credible because he is an expert and can be trusted. To access credibility, following things are important, i.e. expertness, judged by the knowledge potential of source. Trustworthiness, judged by finding out whether the source has a vested interest. Example, Randeep Guleria, AIIMS director, a credible source, was seen on TV persuading people to take COVID-19 vaccine. Source likability, a source is likable if he is similar and attractive. There is an implicit assumption that attractive people are also intelligent. The primary factors that decide the attractiveness of the source include physical features, communicative versatility, attitudinal similarity. Example, advertisements rope in people with attractive personalities to make their products appealing. Power. It has the potential to change the behavior of the target group in the intended direction despite their resistance. Power, attractiveness and credibility will cause behavior change in different ways. Power, compliance. Attractiveness, identification. Credibility, internalization. Taras test. Taras test acts as a guide for making and defending ethical choices. Test was developed by Baker and Martinson, 2001, to focus on 5 principles for ethical persuasion. This framework functions under the theory of utilitarianism, which maintains that the results of an action are equally important to the action itself when evaluating its ethicality. TARAS is an acronym for truthfulness, of the message, authenticity, of the persuader, respect, for the persuadee, equity, of the persuasive appeal, and social responsibility, for the common good. Message in persuasion. Persuasion requires a message to be presented in vivid language and backed by data. The message should be such that it establishes a common ground with target people. For example, Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas slogan. Best results are obtained when the persuasive message has both emotional and factual elements in it. Example, selfie with daughters to promote Beti Bachao and Beti Padhao, government's message regarding lockdown during corona, and later for corona vaccine. Message discrepancy, it means the degree of inconsistency in the message the source should present to the target group. The message should be such that it should be within the zone of acceptance of the target group. 44. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Emotional factor, the message should have emotional content in that. For example, to motivate someone to stay fit or to quit smoking, one should not only cite scientific evidence to prove the point but can also convince using the fear of deadly diseases or the joy of a healthy life. Fear appeal, mild and moderate appeals to fear generally work better than strong fear appeals. Strong fear appeals produce defensive avoidance wherein the target group insulates itself from the message. Social proof technique, people tend to follow others more, bandwagon effect. This technique will involve you telling the target population that other people are getting benefits from the suggested change, with empirical evidence. For example, in campaigning against female feticide, the Haryana government is invoking the examples of some female sportspersons who have won laurels: Babita Phogat, wrestler; Rani Rampal, Navneet Kaur, hockey player. Scarcity, this involves letting people know that they stand to lose on a chance to get the benefits out of the proposed change. For example, we often see the end of the season or hoardings like hurry. Limited offer. Targeting values, people can manage their self-images by yielding to requests for action that fits or enhances their identities. Audience characteristics, individuals are presented with logical arguments supported by relevant facts, they are likely to be persuaded. Intelligence refers to the information processing ability of an individual. Intelligent people, because of their superior critical thinking abilities, are less likely to be influenced by appeals that are illogical or not supported by relevant facts. However, when presented with appeals that have factual backing, they are likely to be convinced. Channel factor, use the appropriate channel of communication. Example, use of street play is more effective to convey messages on social issues in the villages. Functions of persuasion weaken the current attitude. When the audience has a contrasting attitude, persuasion can help in making the audience less comfortable with the current attitude. Moral conditioning, persuasion can bring change in the social attitude of people. For example, regular announcements to keep the station clean persuade people to change their behavior. Minimize resistance. When the audience has moderately opposed ideas, persuasion can move the audience towards neutrality. Change attitude. When the audience has no committed attitude, persuasion can help in changing the attitude. Intensify attitude. When the audience has the same attitude, persuasion can amplify the current attitude. Gain behavior. When the audience is strongly in sync with the persuader, the final objective is to make the audience act. Ways to resist persuasion. Attitude inoculation. Just like a person who has been exposed to a weak virus becomes resistant to a disease, similarly a person who has been exposed to counter-argument develops resistance to persuasion. Forewarned. When a person is being forewarned of persuasion attempts, he develops psychological reactance that motivates them to resist such attempts. Forewarning gives an opportunity to come up with counter-arguments. Boomerang effect. when a person develops a psychological reactance towards an attitude object, an attempt of persuasion is countered with equally strong response. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, medical staff were assaulted by the people as they had developed a negative attitude towards disease treatment. Stockpile. A healthy person who is well read and is equipped with cognitive and social resources is able to resist persuasion better. How to make persuasion effective? Establish a positive rapport by establishing a common ground. Emphasize the advantages. Instead of trying to push for change, the persuader should point out the advantages. Storytelling. For thousands of years, we have been influenced by powerful stories. 45. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. O example, O triumphs of truth in the Ramayana motivates us to speak truth only. O courage of Veer Kumwar Singh at the age of 80 years while fighting against the British during the 1857 revolt endorsed the view of self-confidence to deal with any hardship. Turn objections into opportunities. Persuader should agree with the audience's objections and then illustrate them how it can be overcome with proposed changes. Commitment. Prospect should be persuaded to commit to small action first. Once committed, the prospect is most likely to agree to a larger idea. Strong feelings. Strong emotions can also be persuasive since they draw attention to themselves and stop listeners from coming up with reasons not to obey. Reciprocity. When the prospect does something, it should be rewarded for changed behavior, attitude. For example, political party in power releasing jobs vacancy just before the elections. Bandwagon effect. It involves showing the target population the benefits which people have got by adopting the change. Scarcity. It involves letting people know what they are going to lose by not availing the opportunity. Lowballing. It is a persuasion technique in which a product is offered at a lower price than it is intended to be charged. Social influence. Peer pressure. It plays a very important role in attitude formation and change, removal of prejudice and group decision making. Praise. We are all made to feel special by praise. Do it more often. For example, with the praise of Lord Hanuman, he got encouraged to bring Sanjeevani from the hill. Administration and the public. Administration's attitude towards the masses. Wide cultural gap between the administrators and the masses is the administrators largely come from upper middle class who deal with rural masses who are poor and illiterate. Bureaucracy points that people are unaware of their rights. Administrators feel that people don't have adequate knowledge of rules and regulations. Civil servants complain that people try to pressurize them through politicians. They also complain that citizens don't cooperate with them to bring change in the society. Why are public officials not able to persuade the target group? The reason for this is the presence of certain barriers, semantics, psychological and physical barriers. If the public official can overcome those barriers, only then persuasion will be successful. Power is the potential to change the behavior of the target group in the intended direction despite their resistance. To overcome these barriers, district magistrate can use various influence tactics such as involving sarpanch to overcome these barriers. Along with that, she must take feedback from the target audience to rectify any shortcomings. Public's attitude towards the administrators. Public complaints against the administrators regarding corruption, delay in disposal of cases, exploitation, favoritism etc. Public is suspicious about the integrity of public officials. They feel that public officials are devoid of any human considerations. They create scope for middlemen who in turn exploit them. Way forward. How to improve the relationship between public and administration? Creating a public relations agency in the administration to serve as conduit between the public and the administration. C.P. Bambry, 46. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Public should shed its negative role and adopt a positive role. Citizen support and cooperation is essential for the success of any government program. In these times of rapid change, one of the major challenges of public administration is to adapt to changing situations. One of the defining features today, for example, is a constant pursuit of efficiency and efficacy in public expenditure. Administration should maintain constant contact with the public, especially those from the rural areas. HOTA Committee, Social Audit, which involves auditing of the project from the beneficiaries. Increasing accessibility to civil servants by making public meetings compulsory. Government action only produces optimal results when it is based on trustworthy data and innovative capacity. Economic, social and security problems highlight the importance of policy as a tool for change and progress. E-governance, which helps in making the government reach the doorstep of the citizens. Citizens Charter to make the citizens aware about the quality of service they receive and grievance redressal mechanism. Ethical issues in news. Supreme Court recognizes sex work as a profession. Context. The attitude of the police to sex workers is often brutal and violent. The Supreme Court's verdict, 1. Treat sex workers with dignity and prevent abuse, both verbal and physical. Though authorities have a duty to protect sex workers under the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, 1956. Theme. Sensitize police and law enforcement agencies about the rights of sex workers. 4. Strictly enforce Section 354C, IPC, which criminalizes voyeurism, particularly against electronic media broadcasting photos of sex workers and their clients under the guise of rescue operations. 5. Conduct surveys of shelter homes by state governments to identify cases of adult women being unlawfully detained and expedite their release. Chair. Organize workshops through legal services authorities to educate sex workers about their rights. The LAPTOP protest by students against moral policing. Miscreants had allegedly cut off parts of a steel bench at a bus stop near the college to prevent boys and girls from sitting together. The next day, a group of students posted pictures of them sitting on each other's laps on social media, and the story went viral. Thus, the students protested at the lewd comments by the locals for sitting together. The attitude of both the students and the locals were reflected through their acts. Key terms. Terms meaning attitude, psychological tendency of evaluating a particular object either in favor or disfavor, behavior, way a person conducts oneself. Our behavior is largely shaped by our attitude. A positive attitude manifests in good behavior. Opinion an individual's thoughts or beliefs about something, whether good or bad. It can vary from person to person. Belief being certain about something that exists or is true. Prejudice unreasonable dislike towards a particular person or a group of persons, and preferences stereotype preconceived notions about a specific group based on sex, gender identity, race and ethnicity, nationality, age, socioeconomic status, language, and so forth. Persuasion an attempt to bring about a change in the attitude of a person. Key terms 47. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Classical or Pavlovian conditioning. Instrumental conditioning. Observational learning. Utilitarian, instrumental function. Volunteerism and social service. Positive attitude. Compassionate attitude. Tolerance. Proactive empathy. Stereotypes and prejudices. Anarchism. Authoritarianism. communism, conservatism, liberalism, fascism, Nazism, environmentalism, feminism, identity politics, normative and formative influence, reciprocity, consistency, previous year's questions, previous year questions year. 1. Attitude is an important component that goes as input in the development of humans. How to build a suitable need for a public servant? 2021. 2. What do the following quotations mean to you? Every work has to pass through hundreds of difficulties before succeeding. Those that persevere will see the light, sooner or later. Swami Vivekanand. 2021. 3. A positive attitude is considered to be an essential characteristic of a civil servant who is often required to function under extreme stress. What contributes to a positive attitude in a person? 2020. 4. Hatred is destructive of a person's wisdom and conscience that can poison a nation's spirit. Do you agree with this view? Justify your answer. 2020. 5. What is meant by crisis of conscience? How does it manifest itself in the public domain? 2019. 6. With regard to the morality of actions, one view is that means is of paramount importance and the other view is that the ends justify the means. Which view do you think is more appropriate? Justify your answer. 2018. 7. Young people with ethical conduct are not willing to come forward to join active politics. Suggest steps to motivate them to come forward. 2017. 8. Without commonly shared and widely entrenched moral values and obligations, neither the law, nor democratic government, nor even the market economy will function properly. What do you understand by this statement? Explain with illustration in contemporary times. 2017. No. How could social influence and persuasion contribute to the success of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan? 2016-10. Our attitudes towards life, work, other people and society are generally shaped unconsciously by the family and the social surroundings in which we grow up. Some of these unconsciously acquired attitudes and values are often undesirable in the citizens of a modern democratic and egalitarian society. Discuss such undesirable values prevalent in today's educated Indians. B. How can such undesirable attitudes be changed and socio-ethical values considered necessary in public services be cultivated in the aspiring and serving civil servants? 2016. 11. Two different kinds of attitudes exhibited by public servants towards their work have been identified as bureaucratic attitudes and democratic attitudes. Distinguish between these two terms and write their merits and demerits. B. Is it possible to balance the two to create a better administration for the faster development of our country? 2015-48. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Chapter 3 Aptitude. Aptitude without attitude is blind. And attitude without aptitude is lame. Richard Marcelli. Genius is nothing but a greater aptitude for patience. Benjamin Franklin. Introduction. Aptitude refers to the natural or acquired abilities that indicate an individual's ability to develop proficiency in certain areas. It indicates an individual's potential for the future. It is a natural propensity for some particular skills to be learned successfully. These skills can then be improved upon with the right information and instruction. It can be improved through training or formal intervention, but improvement may have limitations. Example Sachin Tendulkar became a great cricketer because he has aptitude for cricket and was provided necessary training. Other batsmen are not as good as him even after similar training because of lesser aptitude than him. Categorization of aptitude: physical characteristics for performing some tasks successfully. E.g., armed forces require a specific set of physical features, like physical stamina etc. Example Usain Bolt has unusually long legs. Mr. Ian Thorpe, also known as Torpedo, has unusually large feet, size 17. Mental aptitude: mental characteristics for performing some tasks successfully. It is regarded as important for all types of services, more so for civil services. Example A civil servant is required to have mental ability, magnanimity, rationality, compassion etc. Relationship of aptitude with other qualities. Aptitude and skills: aptitude is raw native talent that can be worked upon. On the other hand, skill is acquired through training and constantly upgraded. Aptitude is not skill but what is already there that can be nurtured. Skills are the abilities that can be acquired by way of reading, observation, practice, and training, whereas aptitude is inborn and unique. Example A person can acquire certain cricketing skills by training but will find it hard to become a successful cricketer unless he has aptitude for the same. Aptitude and interest: interest is an individual's preference for engaging in one or more specific activities relative to others, while aptitude is the potential to perform that activity. We are drawn to things out of interest, not because we are particularly skilled at them. Example Sushant Singh Rajput had interest in cosmology but aptitude for acting. Aptitude and intelligence: intelligence is generic and refers to a broad range of mental abilities, such as comprehension etc. Whereas aptitude has narrow scope involving personal strengths or weaknesses and reflects specialized nature of that intelligence that is directed towards something. Aptitude requires a degree of intelligence to do the job well. Example Two people may have the same intelligence quotient, IQ, but may have different aptitude, i.e. one to become doctor and another to become engineer. Aptitude and ability: aptitude indicates an individual's potential, i.e. what an individual will be able to learn, do, whereas ability presents the evidence of what the individual is able to do now. Example A person might have a good aptitude for acting, but presently able to find roles as supporting artists only. 49. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Aptitude and values: in ethical perspective, aptitude represents desired value in a person with respect to a specific requirement. Example Civil servants should have some foundational values on which they could evaluate things. These values are, can be used to judge things. They can be goal-oriented, i.e. social, political and economic justice, and means oriented, i.e. empathy, integrity, discipline, impartiality etc. Aptitude, proficiency, and achievement. Proficiency is the ability to perform an activity with ease and precision. Achievement looks at the past, what has been done, accomplished. Aptitude indicates an individual's potential. Michael Phelps has proficiency in swimming and because of this he has won 28 Olympic medals. Difference between attitude and aptitude. Parameter: attitude. Aptitude definition: it is a positive or negative or indifferent feeling towards a person, object, event or idea. It is competency to do a certain kind of work. Function: it defines how you work or proceed towards a goal. It defines how much potential you have to learn specific skills to achieve a goal. Association: associated with character or virtues and can be negative, positive or neutral. Associated with competence or talent, e.g., quantitative aptitude, mental aptitude, etc. Nature largely mental as well as physical abilities and skills. It is related to existing abilities and skills with certain perceptions. It is the potential ability to acquire skills, abilities and knowledge. Changed relatively permanent changed and developed components. Components of attitude include cognitive, affective and behavioral. Components of aptitude include attitude, skills, and knowledge. Modifications. If an attitude is undesirable in a modern society, it should be changed accordingly. This can be changed and developed through training and capacity building. Example: an administrator may have a good aptitude in resolving the communal issues, aptitude part, but may have a negative attitude towards a particular community, attitude part, which will naturally influence her overall decisions. Aptitude for civil services and its role. Aptitude in civil services helps to understand the role, its associated responsibilities and institutional environment easily. Broadly, following kind of aptitude is desired in a civil servant: communication skills. A civil servant needs to have good communication and interpersonal skills, as she will have to bring different stakeholders on one platform for decision making. Example: Vikas Kumar Ujjwal, a divisional forest officer in Jharkhand, took along the local community and transformed the Maoist hit area into a tourist destination. Decision making. Civil servants need an abundance of impromptu decision making skills and critical thinking ability to exercise discretion with conviction. Example: while facing problems and challenges every day such as high unemployment, insufficient government spending, fast changing socio-economic scenarios. Stewardship. Since India is a resource deficit country, a civil servant needs to be an effective manager and responsible protector of state resources. Aptitude achievement ability 50. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Example: Purnia, Bihar, District Magistrate Rahul Kumar arranged for medical oxygen and restarted a broken down oxygen plant in the city with his smart planning during the second wave of COVID-19. Leadership skills. Civil servants need to have leadership, organizational and collaboration skills as they are entrusted with a diverse set of responsibilities such as decision making, policy implementation, etc. Example: J. Meghanatha Reddy, District Collector in Tamil Nadu, started Project Udyam to build toilets for differently abled persons in their homes. Professionalism. High level of professionalism is required to maintain high standards of public administration as they are the backbone of administration. Example: Dibo na nibo na, won't give won't take, initiative by district administration Kachhar Silchar provides drop boxes outside all government offices to stop corruption. Persuasive skills. Skills of persuasion and negotiation with others are required as there might be resistance in the society against changes or any new initiative. Example: Kiran Naik, a government college lecturer in Andhra Pradesh, visits remote villages and persuades parents to get their children educated. Innovation. Since civil servants face diverse problems every day, they should be able to find innovative solutions to these problems, challenges. Example: the authorities in East Kameng district of Arunachal Pradesh roped in religious leaders, NGOs and local influencers to counter vaccine hesitancy. Adaptability. Because of focus on e-governance and the ever-changing nature of the digital world. Example: SVAMITVA scheme aims to use drone surveying technology and a civil servant must have a basic understanding of this technology. Inclusivity. India is a diverse country in terms of social status, income etc. And civil servants should be able to work for every section of the society. Example: recently, Chhattisgarh police inducted transgender persons as constables in the state police force. Optimism. Civil servants need to be optimistic, which brings positivity and self-confidence in them to function under extreme stress. Example, Lunch with Collector, initiative by IAS officer Saurabh Kumar in Dantewada counters the problems by helping local students to make the right career choice. Conclusion. Civil servants are an important institution of the government tasked with policy implementation and ensuring effective governance and social justice. In addition to this, they provide advice to the political executives. Since aptitude is an innate potentiality, therefore, one cannot develop an aptitude if it is completely absent from one's psychophysical system. To perform these essential services above, aptitudes are essential for civil servants. Foundational values for civil services. Values are individual principles or qualities that guide judgment and behavior of a person or a group. Example, Mother Teresa regarded empathy as the highest value. Foundational values are those values that are basic and fundamental in nature, determine the core identity of a civil servant and are essential to achieve the objectives or goals, such as integrity, compassion etc. Additionally, they offer a normative consensus regarding the privileges and rights that citizens are entitled to. 1. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Example, the foundational value of compassion led IAS officer Prashant Nair to start the Compassionate Kozhikode project. Evolution of foundational values in India. Civil service values have evolved over years of tradition. Central Civil Services, Conduct, Rules, 1964 and the All India Services, Conduct, Rules, 1968 mentions values like integrity and devotion to duty. The Draft Public Service Bill, 2007 enumerated values like allegiance to the ideals of the Constitution, good governance to be the primary goal, apolitical functioning, objectivity, impartiality, accountability and transparency in decision making, merit-based selection of civil servants, avoidance of wastage in expenditure, etc. The 10th report of Second Administrative Reforms Commission, in addition to upholding the constitutional spirit, recommended values such as the highest standards of integrity and conduct, impartiality and non-partisanship, objectivity, dedication to public service, and empathy and compassion towards the weaker sections. The Committee on Standards in Public Life, the Nolan Committee, defined 7 guiding principles of behavior for public life in 1995, which are accountability, selflessness, integrity, openness, leadership, honesty, and objectivity. Need of foundational values. Constitutional values. Civil servants are given discretionary and wide-ranging powers under the laws, rules, and in the absence of foundational values, there are chances of corruption and abuse of power defeating the objectives of the Constitution. Public interest. A welfare state can only be established when civil servants keep public interest priority and function upholding values such as objectivity, integrity, impartiality etc. Filling the gap. Actions of civil servants based on these values fill the gap left by the laws and make administration more effective. Non-partisanship. Even if one fervently supports a political party's ideals, non-partisanship is defined by its refusal to do so. Being non-partisan means not adhering to the principles of any political party, group, or organization. Ethical issues in news. Freedom of speech of people holding public offices. The Supreme Court said that there is an unwritten rule for people holding public office that they exercise self-restriction and not blabber things which are very disparaging or insulting to other countrymen. There has been no legislation all this while on the issue because there has always been a self-imposed restriction by people holding responsible positions. Irrespective of what Article 19(2) may say, There is a constitutional culture in the country where there is an inherent limitation or a restriction on what people holding responsible positions say. Article 19(2) relates to the powers of the state to make laws imposing reasonable restrictions on the exercise of the right to freedom of speech and expression in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of the country, public order, decency, morality etc. Key terms: aptitude, skills, interest, intelligence, ability, values, proficiency, achievement, competency, stewardship, leadership, professionalism, persuasive skills, adaptability, optimism, inclusivity, constitutional values, non-partisanship, constitutional culture. PYQS. Previous year questions here. 1. Identify 5 ethical traits on which one can plot the performance of a civil servant. Justify their inclusion in the matrix. 2021-52 PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. B. Identify 10 essential values that are needed to be an effective public servant. Describe the ways and means to prevent unethical behavior in the public servants. Though. What are the basic principles of public life? Illustrate any 3 of these with suitable examples. 2019-3 Examine the relevance of the following in the context of civil service. A. Transparency. B. Accountability. C. Fairness and justice. D. Courage of conviction. E. Spirit of service. 2017 4. A. Explain how ethics contributes to social and human well-being. B. Why should impartiality and non-partisanship be considered as foundational values in public services, especially in the present-day socio-political context? Illustrate your answer with examples. 2016 5. A mere compliance with law is not enough. The public servant also has to have a well-developed sensibility to ethical issues for effective discharge of duties. Do you agree? Explain with the help of 2 examples, where I. An act is ethically right, but not legally, and E. An act is legally right, but not ethically. B. How do the virtues of trustworthiness and fortitude get manifested in public service? Explain with examples. 2015 6. 2 different kinds of attitudes exhibited by public servants towards their work have been identified as the bureaucratic attitude and the democratic attitude. A. Distinguish between these 2 terms and write their merits and demerits. B. Is it possible to balance the 2 to create a better administration for the faster development of our country? 2015 7. The current society is plagued with widespread trust deficit. What are the consequences of this situation for personal well-being and for societal well-being? What can you do at the personal level to make yourself trustworthy? 2014-53 PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Chapter 4 Integrity. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. Yojak Chinne. Samuel Johnson. Integrity is choosing your thoughts and actions based on values rather than personal gain. Chris Karcher. Introduction. Integrity means adopting similar standards or moral principles in similar situations across time. It is the quality of being honest, having strong moral principles unwilling to change. It is a 4-step process, or choosing a right course of conduct. O acting consistently with that choice, even if that is inconvenient. O openly declaring where one stands. And O the results of one's actions. Example: Senior IAS officer, Ashok Khemka has shown professional integrity with consistency in his thought, actions and has chosen a right course of conduct. Integrity includes, O soundness of moral principles, O uprightness, O honesty and sincerity, O synchronization between one's thought, speech and actions, O loyalty to rational principles. Other examples on integrity: S.R. Sankaran, 1934-2010, was Chief Secretary of Tripura and known for his contributions for the enforcement of the Abolition of Bonded Labor Act of 1976, while facing severe pressure from different groups. Abraham Lincoln was a man of high integrity and adhered to his principles even when he faced opposition. He said, "I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true. I am not bound to succeed, but I am bound to live by the light that I have. I must stand with anybody that stands right, and stand with him while he is right, and part with him when he goes wrong." Satyendra Dubey lost his life in fighting against corruption in National Highway Authority of India, NHAI. Ashok Khemka, IAS, upheld his integrity despite being transferred 50 times in 26 years. Types of integrity. Moral integrity. It refers to consistency and honesty in the application of standards of morality or right and wrong. Used for judging others as well as oneself. For example, Buddha emphasized on the purity of thoughts, words and deeds, and showed unconditional commitment to this ethical principle. Intellectual integrity. Intellectual integrity is defined as recognition of the need to be true to one's own thinking and to hold oneself to the same standards one expects others to meet. It requires one to overcome self-deception and temptation and act in accordance with one's truthful conscience. For example, Gandhi revoked non-cooperation movement after the Chauri Chaura incident etc. Professional integrity. It refers to acting in accordance with professional values, standards and norms with consistency and willingness, even in the face of criticism or allurements. Right course of conduct. Consistency. Results. Open stand. Integrity. Chauvan. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. For example, Sanjeev Chaturvedi showed professional integrity during his tenure as the Chief Vigilance Officer of AIIMS, Delhi, and uncovered several large scams. Importance of integrity in civil services. Social good. Civil servants are provided with immense powers and responsibilities towards society. Their impartiality and honesty is important for social good and development. Constitutional obligation. To uphold and safeguard the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India is mentioned in the Directive Principles of State Policy, thus it's a constitutional as well as moral obligation. Fight corruption. It is essential to counter the evil of corruption in public administration, which denies just rights to many and also hinder our economic development. Community needs. The actions of public servants have a direct bearing on the character of the community, thus they should have integrity that prevents them from making wrong decisions which could harm the society. Managing public resources. They are responsible for managing public resources and money entrusted to them for the benefit of the citizens. For instance, funds to be used for development have been raised through taxes and are used for the provision of public goods. Good governance. In order to provide good governance, enable personnel to perform their duties honestly, and promote improved administration, integrity is crucial in the public sector. It is important for good governance and to prevent failures which may occur due to resistance to accountability and transparency. Achievements of goals. Civil servants have an important role to play in development and achievement of goals of social, economic and political justice and equality of status and opportunity in society. Fair treatment. To deal with the public and their affairs fairly, efficiently and sensitively to the best of his abilities. Integrity in nature is important. No misuse of power. It ensures that civil servants do not misuse his, her official position to further his private interest, for instance taking bribes by police to file and fur. Performing duties, a person of integrity does her duties with conscience. E.g., policemen ordered the firing on unarmed peaceful protesters. Honest policemen will obey the order. Policemen of integrity will refuse to fire. Second arc on integrity. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission, ARC, prepared a detailed blueprint for revamping the public administration system. It gave the following recommendations: a person must misuse official positions by using information acquired in the course of his duties. Accept gifts or hospitality which might compromise his judgments. Disclose information without authority. Fulfill his duties and obligations responsibly, act in a way that is professional and deserves and retains public confidence. Make sure public money and resources are used efficiently. Be transparent and open in his public dealings. Comply with law and uphold the administrative justice. Difference between honesty and integrity. Integrity. Honesty is merely being truthful or standing by what one says. Integrity is about consistency in conduct governed by an active adherence to one's values and promises. Honesty without integrity is possible. Integrity without honesty is not possible. Example: honesty means a person can lie and be honest when he says he lied. Example: integrity demands that a person should not lie in the first place and show a high standard of behavior. Integrity Pact. Integrity Pact is a vigilance tool that envisages an agreement between the prospective vendors, bidders and the buyer, committing both the parties not to exercise any corrupt influence on any aspect of the contract. Its implementation is assured by independent external monitors, IEM, who are people of unimpeachable integrity. Pachpan. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Significance of Integrity Pact: faster processing of contracts. Improvement in the image and general perception of the company. Reduced lawsuits. Smoothens the procurement process, avoids litigation and arbitration. Recent changes in the SOP by CVC. Recently, the Central Vigilance Commission, CVC, has amended the Standard Operating Procedure, SOP, on adoption of Integrity Pact in government organizations for procurement activities. Restriction on IEM. OIEM should be officials from government and PSUs who have retired from positions of the level of secretary to central government or equivalent pay scale. Or retired armed forces officers from the rank equivalent of general may be considered. Appointment of IEM. The ministry, department or organization concerned has to forward a panel of suitable persons to the CVC. Tenure. Tenure of IEM will be 3 years in an organization. Conclusion: Civil Service Conduct Rules recommends absolute integrity for civil servants, irrespective of their department. Integrity is critical in civil services to ensure good governance and allow a civil servant to perform her duties with honesty. Ethical issues in news. Compromised integrity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the occasion of the 15th Civil Service Day held that bureaucrats should abandon negativity and never compromise on the unity and integrity of the country. He urged officers to do everything, even at local levels, for strengthening the unity and integrity of India. He also highlighted that traditionally the Hindus used to consider being cremated in the fire of sandalwood by the banks of the Ganges to be pious. That same Hindu adapted to the electric crematorium without any hesitation. There is no better example than this of the evolving mindset of society. Does a Prime Minister have a right to party? In a leaked video, Finland's Prime Minister Sanna Marin was seen dancing and singing with friends at a private party. It triggered a debate among Finns about what level of reveling is appropriate for a Prime Minister, especially considering neighboring Russia's attack on Ukraine. This triggered controversy on the private lives of the Prime Minister and the maintenance of public image by functionaries. Honesty shops recently, honesty shops, were opened in nearly 15 schools in Kerala as part of the Student Police Cadet, SPC, project. It focused on some valuable lessons on trust, truth and integrity for students. There is no salesman at these counters and students can drop the money for each item at the collection box kept on a table. They can walk in, choose the item of their choice and pay for it based on the price list displayed. Launched in 2008, the SPC project was conceived to inculcate better civic sense among students and mold them as responsible youth who will react positively to the demands of society. Use and abuse of OATHTAKING. Taking oath is an ethical virtue and perhaps also a device that demands from the oath taker an intense allegiance and firm commitment to norms and textualized principles that make political practices and the resultant social order decent. Chappan. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0. Ethics. Oath-taking thus plays an important function in offering affirmation of public pronouncements and decisions backed by the moral force of the oath. Key terms: strong moral principles, uprightness, rational principles, moral integrity, intellectual integrity, professional integrity, managing public resources, integrity pact, honesty shops, intense allegiance. Previous year questions. Previous year questions here. 1. Integrity is a value that empowers the human being. Justify with suitable illustration. 2021. In looking for people to hire, you look for three qualities: integrity, intelligence and energy. And if they do not have the first, the other two will kill you. Warren Buffett. 2018. Theme. One of the tests of integrity is complete refusal to be compromised. Explain with reference to a real-life example. 2017. 4. Integrity without knowledge is weak and useless, but knowledge without integrity is dangerous and dreadful. What do you understand by this statement? Explain your stand with illustrations from modern-day context. 2014. 5. What do you understand by the following terms in the context of public service? 1. Integrity. 2. Perseverance. 3. Spirit of service. 4. Commitment. 5. Courage of conviction. 2013-57. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0. Ethics. Chapter 5 Impartiality and NONPARTISANSHIP. Impartiality. Impartiality is the quality of being fair, or not being biased or partial towards anything or anyone. It refers to the fact of not supporting one person or a group more than the other. It holds that decisions should be based on objective standards, instead of on the basis of bias, prejudice, or preferring the advantage to one person or another for unsuitable reasons. Example: a judge cannot presume a person guilty simply because she belongs to a particular community or based on the social media reports and has to follow due process of law. While allocating funds, an impartial civil servant would not favor her own village but allocate funds based on the needs. This is to say that impartiality brings along objectivity. Universal adult franchise provided voting rights to all above the age of 18, without any partiality towards a group, sex, caste, religion, or social status. Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy, 6th President of India and twice Lok Sabha Speaker, was the first ever speaker to quit his party on being elected as a speaker. He also conducted the proceedings so smoothly that not even once during his tenure, opposition staged a walkout. It is wisest to be impartial. If you have health, but are attached to it, you will always be afraid of losing it. And if you fear that loss, but become ill, you will suffer. Why not remain forever joyful in the self? Paramahansa Yogananda. Impartiality for civil servants. For civil servants, impartiality works at two different levels. Political impartiality, it implies serving governments of different political persuasions equally well, irrespective of a civil servant's own personal opinion. Public impartiality, it implies that a civil servant carries out his responsibilities in fair, just, objective and equitable manner without discriminating against a particular individual or interest. Significance of impartiality. Right action. In case of riots, communal violence or such a complex situation, a civil servant is able to take the right action when she is free from any type of religious, political or social prejudices. Upholds impartiality. Vested interest. In a diverse country like India, minority voices can be suppressed if the civil servant becomes partial towards the majority for vested interests. Civil servants have to safeguard the minorities. Welfare of the people, in the appraisal of subordinates, evaluation. Review of schemes, programs. Action taken report, impartiality helps civil servants to present true picture which is ultimately helpful for the welfare of the public. Upholding values, impartiality helps to uphold equality, liberty, fraternity. Thinking about the marginalized section as much as about the rich ones. Political executives, they derive their authority from the people, by virtue of election. Their role is policy making. Permanent executives, they derive authority from technical and administrative expertise. Their role is to implement policies and act as advisors to ministers. At Dhawan. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0, Ethics. Work culture, creation of positive or conducive work culture. Others, keeping oneself free from nepotism, political corporate nexus. Corruption. NONPARTISANSHIP. It refers to lack of affiliation towards any political party or ideology. Non-partisanship implies that the officer is to do his task without any fear of, or favor to any political party. The values of the administrator will flow from the constitution, not from the philosophy of any political party. Although the primary concern for the public service is political partisanship, other types of partisanship such as support for an interest group etc. are also included in this. Example, T.N. Sheshan is remembered for his non-partisan role as Chief Election Commissioner. Former President of India, Mr. K. R. Narayanan underscored his non-partisanship by declining the United Front Prime Minister's recommendations to dismiss the BJP government of UP. Partisanship is a great curse. We too readily assume that everything has two sides and that it is our duty to be on one or the other. James Harvey Robinson. Need of NONPARTISANSHIP. It brings credibility and trust among the public in the functioning of the public service. It ensures a neutral approach in politics and a solid commitment to the government. It aids in the development of a professional bureaucracy and preserves the public's perception of the civil service. It makes the civil servants gutsy, rather than merely capable, so that they can ask relevant questions with respect to the policy, law etc. It ensures equality, justice among different sections of the society. It ensures the morale, effectiveness and efficiency of civil services, as the transfer, posting etc. are expected to be based on merit alone rather than any extraneous factors. Method to ensure the Central Civil Services Conduct Rules, 1964 and All India Services Conduct Rules 1968 which stipulate certain guidelines for the civil servant to perform the duty with full devotion and shall not adopt dilatory tactics in their dealings with the public. Code of Ethics, 1997. It was the first initiative to introduce the Code of Ethics for public servants in India, which was considered a step towards better governance. Difference between impartiality and non-partisanship. Non-partisanship. Impartiality. It is a kind of attitude. It is a kind of behavior in a particular situation. It deals with the relationship of civil servants with political executives and thus a narrower concept. It is political neutrality. It deals with the relationship of civil servants not only with political executives, but people as well and thus a broader concept. Significance. Ensures objective and evidence-based advice to ministers. Ensuring legal and constitutional transition when democratic process results in new administration upholds credibility and trust in public with respect to the functioning of the public service. Brings courage along with capability in the civil servant, ensures equality and justice among different sections of the society and thus effective service delivery. Conclusion 59. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. To maintain compatibility and avoid conflicts between the bureaucracy and political leadership, non-partisanship is indispensable. This has been proved time and again by civil servants of exemplary statutes such as T.N. Session, Vinod Rai etc., who have brought various changes in election, auditing systems in India respectively. Neutrality. It is the state of not taking sides on any issue, conflict, or situation. Neutrality is with specific reference to political neutrality, i.e. relationship between the civil servants and the political executives. Neutrality refers to not being biased in providing facts, feedback, opinions etc. to the political executives and diligently carrying out tasks ordered by the political executives, irrespective of which political party is in power. In the context of public administration, neutrality refers to political neutrality or non-partisanship. It indicates that you are not owned or linked with any one group, party, or cause. There is no neutrality. There is only greater or lesser awareness of one's bias. Phyllis Rose. Types of neutrality. Passive neutrality. The civil servants will do anything that the political executive orders, but then he may end up violating some legal, constitutional provisions. Hence it is undesirable as it leads to the idea of committed bureaucracy. Active neutrality. Officers will do what the constitution, laws, rules and office manuals say, without following any particular party. Excess of this, sometimes might lead to civil services activism. Committed bureaucracy. Negative perspective. It implied politicized bureaucracy, where administrative system functions serve only the narrow interest of the political party in power, e.g. administrative system of Nazi Germany. Positive perspective. It implies that civil servants are committed to the objectives of the state, the constitution, the laws etc. and have faith in the programs of the political executives, if they are aligned with the objectives of the state, constitution etc. Here they give technical advice to the political philosophy of the ruling party. Neutrality of constitutional officers. Recent context. In recent times, neutrality of various constitutional officers such as Governor, e.g. Maharashtra, West Bengal, Speaker in the state legislative assemblies have come under the scanner of the Supreme Court on the grounds of doctrine of political neutrality. Significance of doctrine of neutrality in the case of constitutional officers, upholding constitutional trust that require neutrality in actions. The tilt of power vested in constitutional offices in favor of any political party can disturb the political fairness in the democracy. Presently, cooperative federalism is needed in absence of neutrality of constitutional offices creates conflict between states and center, e.g., West Bengal and central government. Challenges to neutrality: lack of independent institutions. There is a lack of independent institutions for transferring, posting, and other service conditions. As a result, the civil servants align with one or the other political party to get their favorite postings and other perks. Secrecy in official functioning. As a result, there develops a nexus between the political executive and civil servants to fulfill their illegitimate gratifications. In service and intra-service rivalry, in each government service, there are various factions based on language, religion, caste and region. To gain promotion and perks for their faction, they bend to the wills of politicians. Illegitimate political agendas, wrong notion of committed bureaucracy, where the civil servants try to fulfill the political agenda of a particular political party. Election and corruption. Ministers need a lot of money to finance election campaigns, so they prefer a convenient subordinate. Many don't like an officer who gives free and frank advice. Way forward SAT. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. The political neutrality casts responsibility on the constitutional officers to uphold the democratic principles of fairness, toleration and independence of opinion, and the conduct of persons holding these offices be such that there is no political interference. Key terms. Impartiality, non-partisanship, bias, active neutrality, passive neutrality, committed bureaucracy. Previous year questions. Previous year question year. 1. Should being impartial and non-partisan be considered as indispensable qualities to make a successful civil servant? Discuss with illustrations. 2021. Why should impartiality and non-partisanship be considered as foundational values in public services, especially in the present-day socio-political context? Illustrate your answer with examples. 2016. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Chapter Chair Objectivity. Objectivity does not mean detachment, it means respect, that is, the ability not to distort and to falsify. Eric Fromm. Objectivity is a mean value to achieve the end value of a quality. It refers to adhering to facts rather than one's own personal beliefs and feelings. The principle of objectivity implies that the decisions and actions should be based on observable phenomena and should not be influenced by emotions, biases or personal prejudices. The idea of objectivity is having a reason that is free from personal preferences, feelings, and opinions. Example: Drugs Controller General of India ensured sufficient data for approval of COVID-19 vaccine against public pressure. Awarding contracts, making appointments and giving rewards based on merit and not on the basis of favoritism. Importance of objectivity, Nolan Committee and 2ND ARC. Used for building consensus among stakeholders on various issues. Example: convincing slum dwellers near coastal areas during cyclones to relocate to safer places. Helps in maintaining situational awareness while discharging duties. Example: the objective during communal riots is to stop the riots first. To avoid interference of emotions into the judgment. Example: to avoid nepotism and favoritism in decisions. Helps in taking right decisions when confronted with ethical issues. Example: rescuing vulnerable people during a disaster would be a priority. Scientific objectivity, also referred to as neutrality, is the capacity to assess something using a methodical and factual methodology. Helps in inculcating honesty and impartiality among personnel. For example, in delivering ration under PDS, decision would be based on the eligibility. Objectivity must not provide information and advice based on evidence, presenting facts and options. Decision based on the merit. Taking due account of expert and professional advice. Ignoring inconvenient facts or relevant considerations when providing advice or making decisions. Avoiding actions that flow from the decisions taken. Both objectivity and fairness have the same goal to achieve equality, but in unequal circumstances fairness will always prevail over objectivity. Objectivity and empathy are at times in contradiction. Empathy is targeted towards individuals, while objectivity looks at masses. So if a judge gives more weightage to empathy over objectivity, he may give lenient punishment to a criminal. In the long run it'll hurt the masses. Syrian refugees have been flooding Turkey and the EU for many months, but only after a child, Ilham Kurdi, is drowned and images appear in mainstream media, all EU nations have become attentive. This is because of the empathy of people towards an individual child. How to develop objectivity? Transparency with better implementation of RTI Act, which will ensure that the decisions are based on facts rather than whims and fancies. Transparency and openness allow for the assurance of objectivity. Information management system, it will ensure that any organization keeps proper records and documents of incidents, decisions, information etc. It will act as a check as well as provide vital input for decision making. Training imparts right guidance to the people who are delivering the services. This also ensures that public servants know what all needs to be done. Critical thinking, ASI began gold hunting in Unnao district of Uttar Pradesh, on order of a union minister who believed in a Baba. They showed lack of critical thinking by blindly following dictates of higher authority. Basat. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0, ethics. Right to review decisions. Within judicial, administrative procedure, there should be a mechanism for appellate boards, e.g. in taxation, land acquisition etc. Right to be heard. Often officers don't hear the complaint or opinion of people properly and just do the things that are in their mind. Hence new schemes should have social audit, public hearing, components. Difference between objectivity and neutrality. Parameter objectivity, neutrality, passive neutrality, basis of decision based on strong evidence may or may not be based on evidence, but based on political executive's order. Functions helps maintain equity and inclusivity. Sometimes, they may have to implement appeasement policies of the government, despite knowing it. Impact will instill confidence in public and ensure public cooperation. Particular sections of the society might not approach civil servants, facing issues due to policies of the government. Policies of past governments. Policies beneficial for larger sections of the society will be implemented irrespective of the government of the day. Policies might find a backseat. Implementation of policies might lead to poor implementation of policies in case of civil servants' disagreement with the government of the day. Ensures effective implementation of policies. Significance of objectivity for a public servant. Civil servants take decisions on the merit of the case and take account of expert and professional advice. Provide information and advice, including the advice to ministers on the basis of evidence, and accurately present opinions and facts. Decisions based on merits and facts lead to an impartial decision making. This would ensure efficient use of resources and enhance the transparency in the public domain. Although objectivity is important, one must approach with caution and keep both the text and the context in mind in order to come up with the best decision. Because of this, it is argued that pragmatism and objectivism should be combined rather than using a pure form of objectivity. Significance of neutrality for a public servant offers professionalism and stability instead of resistance to change. Provides reassurance to the public that their present goals will be dutifully addressed by the government. Elected officials can rely on the commitment of civil servants. The officers themselves have strong morale as they anticipate recognition based on their abilities rather than political affiliations. Enables the provision of unbiased and honest policy recommendations, utilizing delegated legislative powers to maximize resource utilization. Conclusion: the values of objectivity and neutrality are complementary to each other. They ensure effective implementation of public policies in line with the government's mandate, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. Anonymity. Anonymity is strength of civil servants. Civil servants are like fourth lion of the Ashoka emblem, which remains invisible, yet makes its presence felt at all times. Narendra Modi: in terms of public service, it refers to staying behind the curtain. It is related to the concepts of permanence and neutrality in civil services. It is necessary that civil servants, permanent executives, give advice freely and without fear, neutrality, to the governments of different political parties. Tirsat. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. It means that the civil servants work from behind the screen and avoid media limelight and public gaze. Civil servants neither get credit for the success nor are blamed for the failure. It is the responsibility of the political executive. Example: in the Mundra deal scam, 1957, Chagla Commission held that Minister T.T. Krishnamachari is constitutionally responsible for the actions of his secretary, H.M. Patel, and he can't take shelter behind them or disown reasonability. Consequently, the minister resigned. Several doctors, paramedics and medical staff have anonymously contributed to the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. It is said that bureaucracy represents the anonymous fourth lion in our national emblem. Should civil servants be concerned about their public image? Arguments in favor public image keeps them motivated to keep working for larger good. They are idealized by youth and should become moral leaders. Good public image ensures acceptance and appreciation from public in service delivery. Good public image creates a favorable working environment among colleagues to serve for betterment. Public image brings courage and ensures whistleblowing against corruption. Public image is sometimes useful for perception management and information dissemination, e.g. during COVID-19 arguments against concern for public image may divert them for some other short-term goals and gains. Too much concern for public acceptance may lead to decisions in favor of public sentiments, ignoring rationality, objectivity. Might lead to ignorance of hierarchies and disturbing the work culture. Undue heroism might dilute their neutrality and expose them to vulnerabilities. Against the features of anonymity and views expressed might be political in nature. Way forward: civil servants of modern India cannot remain in the ivory towers, but they have to make their presence felt. A good public image might help them in removing negative apprehensions towards them, such as corruption, red tapeism. But at the same time, too much concern for public image might lead to misplaced priorities. Dedication to public service. We should perform our duties diligently and piously, but without expectation of what the results will be. Yojak Chine. Bhagavad Gita. Dedication is the quality of being able to give or apply one's time, attention, energy or self, entirely to a particular activity, person or cause. It is different from commitment, which is formally obligated, bound, whereas dedication is commitment with passion and is guided by a sense of duty, inspired by some ideals. Dedication to public service refers to keeping the public good above all, which will ensure that a civil servant's sense of duty is integrated with his official responsibility. Example, Metro Man, E. Sridharan. Why is it needed? It keeps them motivated to keep doing their job even if it is boring, unwanting, tedious. It is highly required as civil servants face difficult and different situations regularly. It brings empathy in civil servants towards their job and people. Qualities of an officer dedicated to public services. Willing to go beyond duty. Public welfare above personal interest. Seeks neither rewards nor recognition for efforts. 64. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Public service is highly important to realize the ideals of the Constitution, such as justice, equality etc. Tolerance. I do not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Voltaire. Civilization will reach only when it learns to value diversity of character and idea. Arthur C. Clarke. In the practice of tolerance, one's enemy is the best teacher. Dalai Lama. Tolerance refers to a fair, objective and permissive attitude toward those whose opinions, practices, race, religion, nationality etc. differ from one's own. It is fostered by knowledge, openness, communication, and freedom of thought, conscience and belief. Tolerance is the ability to appreciate, tolerate others who have different beliefs than oneself, regardless of their race, religion, ethnicity, or other characteristics. For example, the program, Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat, has been initiated to celebrate the spirit of national integration and to teach tolerance. For example, Bhasha Sangam, an initiative where students would be learning 22 Indian languages in their schools. Other examples, S. R. Sankaran, IAS, was known as the People's Man as he led to the abolition of bonded labor and did a lot for the welfare of marginalized communities. Kiran Bedi, first woman IPS, transformed the Tihar jail from a human zoo to a human dwelling through her dedication towards work. Role of tolerance at different levels. Level role. Individual level teaches one to respect others and not to impose our will on others. Example, beef may be prescribed for one community in the society, but if it is part of someone's culture, then it helps in broadening our perspective and thinking. Societal level promotes peace. Example, imposition of Urdu in former East Pakistan led to division of Pakistan, whereas linguistic tolerance has strengthened unity in India. Government level increases legitimacy and provides a holistic view of various issues. Example, tribal Panchsheel has been largely beneficial in promotion of democracy in the northeastern region. International level promotes peace and security. Example, the lack of tolerance between Israel and Arab countries has led to frequent conflicts in the region. Significance of tolerance. Civil servants must provide equal service to all segments of our varied community, which is unattainable if they lack tolerance. Upholds human rights, pluralism, democracy and rule of law, thus enables human development. Enables new inventions and removes the status quo in the society as it enables freedom of expression. Pesat. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics upholds the moral worth of every individual as all individuals have equal moral worth according to John Stuart Mill. Enables civil servants in public service as diverse societies like ours need service of all equally. The virtue of tolerance, which makes peace possible, helps to replace the culture of violence with a culture of peace. It accommodates people in society irrespective of their sexual orientation. Example: acceptance of LGBTQ community. Broadens the perspective of civil servants and upholds values like justice, impartiality and objectivity. A civil servant posted in a state other than his own, his tolerant aptitude, may face problem in adapting and dedicating himself to the service of people. Tolerance as virtue is important to pursue the high ideal of secularism enshrined in the Constitution. Intolerance would breed injustice and violence, which are antidotes to a balanced development in a culturally diverse nation. Courage to fight for others' rights. Tolerance gives respect for others and hence courage to fight for their rights, like fight against racial discrimination, LGBTQ community, minority etc. Better decision. Tolerance avoids impulsive decisions. It buys time and helps in minimizing loss and damage. Allows healthy debate and discussion to take place between different sections and hence outcomes are democratic. In times of peace, people have a chance to thrive socially, economically and emotionally. Tolerance creates a society in which people can feel valued and respected, and in which there is room for every person, each with their own ideas, thoughts and dreams. Tolerance allows individuality and diversity. It is more about mutual respect and the common good, and not about who is right and who is wrong. Conclusion: historically, tolerance has been the central virtue of some of the greatest empire. Be it Asoka's Dhamma or Akbar's Salaikul, tolerance was a key principle. Being tolerant of each other and caring for each other is what makes us human. This is why we have believed tolerance is important and an essential aspect of a healthy, livable society. In fact, it is the only way in which a country as diverse as India, politically, religiously, economically, can function and use each and every difference to make its people thrive rather than suffer. Acceptance. Because one believes in oneself, one doesn't try to convince others. Because one is content with oneself, one doesn't need others' approval. Because one accepts oneself, the whole world accepts him or her. Lao Tzu acceptance refers to the assent of an individual or group to the reality of a situation or any condition, usually negative and unpleasant, and recognizing it without protest or trying to change it. Tolerance is not enough, it is the idea of acceptance that accommodates diversities and makes a society inclusive. Examples: Goddess Sita had shown acceptance in every crossroads of her life. Princess of Mithila and wife of Lord Rama, joy, and also 14 years exile, misery. Sports players accept defeats and learn from those defeats. Difference between tolerance and acceptance. Parameter: tolerance, acceptance. Definition: it is a permissive attitude towards differing opinion, attitude etc. and willingness to tolerate them. It goes beyond tolerance and there is assent and recognition of differing opinions, attitude etc. Siyasat. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Attitude towards dislike. There is passive resignation and dislike may continue to exist. With acceptance, there is active effort to get rid of dislike. Example: Akbar's Ibadat Khana discussions the philosophy of Vasudeva Kutumbam. Empathy and compassion. Empathy is seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another and feeling with the heart of another. Alfred Alder. A devotee should feel universal empathy. A person is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings, in both their happiness and their distress. Lord Krishna in the Holy Bhagavad Gita, I call him religious who understands the suffering of others. Mahatma Gandhi, empathy is seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another and feeling with the heart of another. Alfred Adler. Empathy refers to the ability to imagine oneself in another's place and understand the other's feelings, desires, ideas and actions, or it is an act of perceiving, understanding, experiencing and responding to the emotional state and ideas of another person. An empathetic point of view is achieved by setting aside our own interests, current disposition, and relation to the agent and sympathizing with the effects of a person's actions on those around him. 3 ways of looking at empathy. Affective empathy, the ability to share emotions of others. Cognitive empathy, the ability to understand the emotions of others. Emotional empathy, the ability to regulate one's emotions. Need of empathy in civil services. Lack of empathy leads to narrow understanding of others' perspectives. Example gender-related issues, discrimination faced by transgenders etc. which might lead to social unrest. Empathy helps to understand the ground realities which will reflect in policy formulations and implementation. Example tribes have certain customary values which are contradictory to the rules of government. Here empathy in public servants would act as savior for the tribal population. Increasing the effectiveness of bureaucracy as they will not follow the rule, rather follow the spirit behind the rules, i.e. welfare of people. Empathy helps us understand others' emotions and thus improves our emotional intelligence. How to inculcate empathy? Sensitivity training through fieldwork, role-playing games, perspective-taking etc. Value system needs to be improved from early life by the family members and then in school. Emphasizing the spirit of Sarvadharma Sambhav through interactions among different socio-cultural groups. Using art, culture and cinema. Example Satyajit Ray's Pather Panchali realistically portrays poverty and rural India. Compassion. Compassion is at the root of a tree called Dharma. Bhagavad Gita. If you want others to be happy, practice compassion. If you want to be happy, practice compassion. Compassion is the understanding or empathy for the suffering of others. More involved than simple empathy, compassion commonly gives rise to an active desire to alleviate others' suffering. Empathy Jor action equals compassion 67. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0 Ethics. Importance of compassion for civil servants. Civil servants are agents of change and compassion motivates them to help people and ensure welfare of people. Compassion improves the attitude of a civil servant with other positive traits like generosity, kindness and understanding. It contributes to efficient service delivery through people-centric, humane, accommodative administration. It makes civil servants responsive to the needs of citizens, especially those in distress. Compassion also inculcates selflessness and spirit of service for country, society and its people without any self-motive, which keeps civil servants motivated. Compassion refers to a step further, where a person not only feels empathy but also a desire to help alleviate the suffering of the other person. Thus, the emphasis here is on action and wanting to help. Comparative account of antipathy, apathy, sympathy, empathy and compassion. Antipathy negative emotions for the target group, but not hate. Attempt to cause suffering and discomfort to target group. Example if a hungry person approaches you for food, you scold him rather than helping. Apathy absence of attachment general behavior of indifference, disinterest with regards to the needs of others. Example: if a hungry person approaches you for food, you remain indifferent to him, her. Sympathy: acknowledgement of distress of others. Help provided is not based on what is required by others but on what the one thinks others require. Example: if a hungry person approaches you for food, you provide him, her cold drink, fruity etc., whereas that person needs dal roti. Empathy: detached attachment with person. Help offered is as per the needs and the requirements of the distressed group, but orientation to help is somewhat less active. Example: if a hungry person approaches you for food, you provide him, her what she needs, i.e. dal roti. Compassion: detached attachment with person. Empathy: jod active desire to alleviate suffering of those in distress. Example: if a hungry person approaches you for food, you provide him, her dal roti, but also ensure that she gets regular food and does not have to beg like this. Other important values. Discipline and sincerity. Discipline is the soul of an army. It makes small numbers formidable. Procures success to the weak, and esteem to all. George Washington. Hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles. Confucius. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. John F. Kennedy. Discipline in the organization is adhering to the framework of standard operating procedure and following the certain chain of command which is essential for the functioning of the organization in a just manner. Sincerity is the quality of being honest, genuine, and truthful in one's thoughts, actions, and communication with others. It is a virtue that involves being authentic, transparent, and straightforward in expressing oneself and in dealing with others. Discipline and sincerity are the characteristics features of the civil servants. Both values help to inculcate practices essential for the implementation of government policy schemes. A disciplined and sincere civil servant shows courage and conviction in dealing with injustice in the society. ARSET. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Discipline is the practice of training people to obey rules or a code of behavior, using punishment to correct disobedience. Discipline and sincerity motivate civil servants to adhere to principles of the code of conducts. Examples: Randhir Prasad, a 1974 batch Indian Police Service officer, eliminated many criminal gangs during his tenure. On the morning of the 3rd of January 1991, robbers had conducted a heist in the Hirapur branch of the Bank of India. They had taken control of the bank, tying up the bank staff present there. He rushed to the bank all alone to resolve the situation. Taking on 5 armed robbers on his own, he battled gallantly until he was shot and killed, but not before he saved the bank and the lives of the staff tied up there. Coming to office on time, avoiding corruption, taking decisions based on objectivity, compassion, neutrality, etc. X. IAS Mahantesh blew the whistle on several cooperative housing scams in the city. It is sincere on part of the government to not only highlight the contributions of the small artists, tribals and less significant groups but also to recognize and award them. Discipline. Sincerity. Discipline refers to behavior that portrays the ability to control self or others even in difficult situations, through obedience to particular rules and standards. It gives order to the organization and a predictable outcome, avoiding chaos and mismanagement. Discipline may or may not be internally driven and may even have externally set benchmarks. Sincerity is the absence of pretense, deceit, or hypocrisy and the quality of acting on honest and genuine feelings or beliefs. Sincerity prepares the mind for other virtues also. It enables other values to grow strong and grow fast. It wins the hearts of others and enables a person to be nearer to God. Sincerity is action that is always premised on one's own beliefs and values and thereby more likely to be internalized and positively reinforced. Perseverance. It always seems impossible until it is done. Nelson Mandela, perseverance is not a long race. It is many short races one after the other. Walter Elliot, every work has to pass through hundreds of difficulties before succeeding. Those that persevere will see the light, sooner or later. Swami Vivekanand, perseverance is the quality of continuing to pursue a goal or task despite challenges, obstacles, and setbacks. It involves a combination of determination, persistence, and resilience in the face of difficulties or failures. It is an important trait for achieving success in various fields. Perseverance is the hard work you do after you get tired of doing the hard work you already did. Examples: Thomas Edison continued, despite failing over 1,000 times, in the invention of the light bulb. Efforts that attempt to bring behavioral transformation, removal of open defecation, vaccine hesitancy, in the society takes time and requires perseverance. Perseverance and civil servants, this quality gives the character a stability and conviction, which ensures that the ends are achieved despite the difficulties that come in the path. Courage. Courage to accept and dedication to improve are two keys to success. Essay, 2019, Courage is the most important of all the virtues because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. Maya Angelou, mind is human's greatest weapon because it tells us between danger and opportunities. Courage is the choice and willingness to confront agony, pain, danger, uncertainty, or intimidation with poise and the moral conviction that underpins necessary and ethically correct action. Courage is not just physical bravery. Courage is the most important of all the virtues because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. Unhattar. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Example: Courage of Mansi Bareha from Odisha helped to rescue 6,000 migrant workers from 30 kilns in TN during COVID-19 induced lockdown last year. Courage of Captain Vikram Batra during Kargil War. Mahatma Gandhi withdrew non-cooperation movement because of the Chauri Chaura incident. Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar stood against the odds and ill practices prevalent in society. Civil services. Whistleblowing, withstanding pressure and adversities, raising voice against injustice. O. Narendra Kumar, the IPS officer of 2009 batch, fought with exemplary courage against the mining mafias in Morena, Madhya Pradesh. Relevance for civil servants. The very essence of courage is being able to withstand and survive adversities. A civil servant's duty is not restricted to complying with rules, regulations and orders, but he has to meet uncertain circumstances which requires him to move beyond established rules and take a call without fear of being punished or prosecuted. For civil servants it is the urge of public service, which gives them enough courage to start, and as they move on they realize that it was really worth it. A civil servant is required to implement the orders of government without bias, with honesty and without fear or favor. Courage is the virtue which helps in remaining ethical and rightful irrespective of the situations. This is really essential for a civil servant to attain success. It is precisely in this area that a degree of a difference of opinion begins to emerge between the political executive and the civil servants. But if that civil servant stands up in courage for what she believes is right, then it will ensure integrity not just for him, her, but in the system too. For instance, retired IAS officer Mahesh Zagade once met with such a situation while signing the tenders for new road construction. After analyzing all facts, he came to the conclusion that it will be an unnecessary expenditure of public money on the well-built roads. It led to conflict between him and some regional political leaders, but he stood firm courageously on the value of avoiding unnecessary expenditure of public money and rose victorious. Courage develops following attributes in the civil servants. O creates credibility. It helps a civil servant to be trustworthy and get lots of respect in the career because honest and courageous people who stand up with integrity are really trusted by others. O leadership. This principle is articulation of the same idea as I referred to in the context of Mahatma Gandhi's experiments with truth. O it improves work culture and motivates subordinate officers to be courageous and stand up for what they believe. O it helps in taking bold decisions. For instance, whistleblowers need courage of conviction to disclose information. Conclusion. Courage to stand up for what one believes is of great importance for civil servants in governance as it would have a major impact on the everyday lives of the people and it ensures integrity by continuation of the policy of honesty in the governance. Case study. Prakash Singh Committee's report has pointed to the fact that many civil servants abdicated their duty during the Jat reservation stir in Haryana. When inquired of what made them run away from their call of duty, they replied being afraid of taking a tough call for the want of courage. For civil servants it is the urge of public service, which gives them enough courage to start and as they move on they realize that it was really worth it. Responsiveness. It seems to me that responsiveness is a better source for understanding what moral claims are and how they work upon us. Judith Butler 70. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Responsiveness refers to the ability to respond quickly and appropriately to a situation, request, or stimulus. It refers to the quality of being attentive and responding to whatever new opportunities and challenges arises every day and also to the emerging needs of the public. Example, Shivdeep Vaman Lande, the IPS officer of 2006 batch arrested many criminals, worked towards women's safety and took on the pharmaceutical mafia, took strong action against Eve teasers and has been very easily accessible to the people. Received hundreds of messages every day and he made sure that each message is attended to. Prudence. It is a truth but too well known, that rashness attends youth, as prudence does old age. Cicero. No other protection is wanting, provided you are under the guidance of prudence. Juvenal. It refers to the ability to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reason. Wisdom, insight and knowledge are often associated with prudence. Although prudence itself does not perform any actions, and is concerned solely with knowledge, all virtues are to be regulated by it. Being prudent means making wise decisions based on principle and managing your practical affairs in a shrewd and discreet manner. A prudent person tries to verify viral social media posts before reacting to them. Public finance management and prudence. Government taking steps in fiscal consolidation. RBI monetary policy rates have prudent fiscal management as their objective. Lack of prudent. We purchase something spontaneously and later realize we didn't really need it and should have saved the money for something else. Example. A professional shows prudence when she prioritizes the quality of her work, upskills herself beforehand. Relevance for civil servants. Prudence is considered as the mother of all virtues. It plays a vital role in terms of guiding and regulating all the other virtues. For example, courage in the pursuit of a foolish policy can lead to a catastrophe. For these reasons, prudence is the charioteer of the virtues. Example. To tackle the issue of acute water shortage in Vadodara, Shalini Agrawal, IS came up with an innovative solution of setting up rainwater harvesting in schools in the state, which in turn helped 1.8 lakh students by saving 10 crore liters of water every year. Through the Varsha Kal Nidhi scheme, Rainwater is collected from the terrace and channelized through pipes towards a chamber in the ground. The chamber then filters and percolates the water in the bore wells, ensuring direct groundwater recharge. Prudence provides practical knowledge and experience, while virtues provide the moral foundation for ethical decision making. Temperance. Temperance is moderation in the things that are good and total abstinence from the things that are foul. Yojak Chine. Francis E. Willard. Temperance is a personality trait that refers to the ability to exercise self-control and moderation in one's behavior and avoiding impulsive behavior, especially when it comes to indulging. Temperance allows individuals to maintain balance and avoid extremes. Temperance is the virtue that helps us control our physical desire for pleasure. Temperance or moderation is especially important for public servants. It signifies the ability to control one's anger, emotions and desires. Temperance is nothing but controlling behavior. It is needed for effective behavior, especially dealing with political pressure, adverse working condition, ethical dilemma and conflict of interest. 71. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Self-restraint moderation. It is generally characterized as the control over excess, and expressed through characteristics such as chastity, modesty, humility, self-regulation, forgiveness and mercy. Each of these involves restraining an excess of some impulse, such as sexual desire, vanity, or anger. Example: an individual not indulging in harmful, useless activities either due to peer pressure or even otherwise. Confidentiality. Confidentiality is an ancient and well-warranted social value. K. Redfield Jameson. Confidentiality is a virtue of the loyal, as loyalty is the virtue of faithfulness. Edwin Louis Cole. In intelligence work, there are limits to the amount of information one can share. Confidentiality is essential. Gijs de Vries. Confidentiality is the essence of being trusted. Billy Graham. Confidentiality refers to the practice, assurance of keeping sensitive or classified information, data, or knowledge private and preventing its disclosure to unauthorized individuals or unintended audience. It refers to maintaining or keeping secrecy of certain information, matters from the public view for larger public interest. Example: Section 8 of Right to Information Act, 2005 and Official Secrets Act provide for confidentiality in larger public interest. Non-disclosure of the identity of the victims of sexual crimes. The identity is protected so that they are not subjected to unnecessary ridicule, social ostracization and harassment. Privacy and confidentiality. Privacy confidentiality. Privacy is the state when an individual is free from public interruption and intrusion. It is the right of every individual to be left alone in his personal matters because everybody has his personal life. It is a situation when a person is free from public interference. Privacy talks about a person. Privacy restricts the public from accessing the personal details about a person. In privacy, everyone is disallowed from interfering in the personal matters of a person. If the relationship between parties is a fiduciary, privacy is a right. Confidentiality refers to a state when it is intended or expected from someone to keep the information secret. It is a situation when information is kept secret from the reach of any other person. Confidentiality is about information. It protects the information from the range of unauthorized persons. In confidentiality, some specified and trustworthy people are allowed to have access to the information. If the relationship between parties is a fiduciary, confidentiality is an agreement. Examples: medical examination activities within home using a public bathroom. Examples: doctor-patient relationship, financial institutions, customers' data gathered by the government to be used with confidentiality. Openness. Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. Louis D. Brandeis 72. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0. Ethics. Openness refers to the state of being transparent, inclusive, and accessible. Openness promotes a culture of trust, accountability, and leads to social and economic development by increasing access to knowledge and opportunities, enhancing innovation, and creating more inclusive societies. Nolan Report on Openness. Holders of public office should be as open as possible about all the decisions and actions that they take. They should give reasons for their decisions and restrict information only when the wider public interest clearly demands. Examples: development of CoWIN platform during vaccination drive for COVID-19. RTI Act 2005 enacted to bring openness in administration. Jan Suchna portal of Rajasthan government promotes openness. Selflessness. We are formed and molded by our thoughts. Those whose minds are shaped by selfless thoughts give joy when they speak or act. Gautam Buddha. Selflessness refers to the quality or state of being concerned more with the needs and well-being of others than with one's own. Selflessness can manifest itself in many different ways, including acts of kindness, generosity, patriotism, and altruism. It is often associated with empathy, compassion, and a sense of social responsibility. Selflessness signifies serving public interest and keeping it above self-interest. Selflessness literally means placing less importance on yourself than on others. Selfless service keeps the civil servant away from any kind of corruption. A selfless civil servant can maintain absolute integrity because it is difficult to lure him, her by offering monetary or non-monetary gains to get some undue favor. Nolan Report on Selflessness. Holders of public office should act solely in terms of public interest. They should not do so in order to gain financial or other benefits for themselves, their family, or their friends. Example: brave soldiers of India laying off their lives for protecting their motherland. Mother Teresa dedicated herself to the selfless service of the suffering and tortured humanity. Ethical issues in news. Same-sex marriage. Context. Recently, the central government has informed the Supreme Court that the act of cohabitation and engaging in a sexual relationship by same-sex individuals, which is now decriminalized, cannot be equated with the traditional Indian family unit consisting of a husband, wife, and children born out of their union. This statement was made in response to pleas seeking recognition of same-sex marriage. Arguments against same-sex marriage by the government not in sync with societal morality and Indian ethos. They assert that the definition of marriage inherently involves a union between two opposite-sex individuals, which is deeply ingrained in social, cultural, and legal concepts of marriage. They emphasize the importance of preserving this definition without dilution through judicial interpretation. Role of legislature. The government asserts that it is the legislature's responsibility to determine and enforce societal morality and public acceptance based on Indian ethos. Any substantial changes to the legislative policy regarding marriage should be addressed through the proper legislative process. Impact on children's well-being. The government contends that marriage and the family institution play vital roles in providing security, support, and companionship within Indian society. They had their PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. They argue that children raised in same-sex marriages would not have the same opportunities as those raised by heterosexual couples. The affidavit affidavit suggests that the welfare and upbringing of children may be adversely affected in such cases. Legal definition of marriage. The government highlights that the current legal framework in India recognizes marriage exclusively between a biological man and a biological woman. Government pointed out various personal and codified laws that govern marriage in India and argued that the legislative understanding of marriage is specific to opposite-sex unions. Religious aspect. The government states that marriage holds religious significance for various communities in India. They emphasize that marriage is considered a sacrament within different religious beliefs, but it is still envisioned as a union between a biological man and a biological woman. They argue that altering the legislative policy to recognize same-sex marriage would go against religious and societal norms deeply embedded in the country. Arguments in favor of same-sex marriage. Definition. Advocates for same-sex marriage argue that the concept of marriage lacks a precise definition. They believe that marriage should be seen as a voluntary union of equals, where both parties maintain their autonomy and provide emotional, financial, and sexual support to each other. They assert that the definition of marriage should not be limited by gender or sexuality. Respecting, supporters argue that the state has no legitimate interest in mandating whom individuals choose to marry. They claim that the decision to enter into a marriage is deeply personal and intimate, and the law should not dictate choices of partners or the nature of relationships. They believe that the state should respect and fulfill the rights of same-sex couples, similar to heterosexual couples. Promotes equality. Legalizing same-sex marriage is seen as essential for promoting equality and combating discrimination. Advocates argue that all individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, should have the right to marry and have their relationships recognized under the law. Granting this right helps reduce discrimination and fosters social acceptance of the LGBTQIA community. Harmless for society. Supporters contend that legalizing same-sex marriage has no adverse effects on society or the institution of marriage. They argue that allowing same-sex couples to marry does not harm heterosexual marriages or undermine the stability of society. Role of judiciary. Advocates believe that courts play a crucial role in leading social change. They argue that the Supreme Court has a duty to protect and promote fundamental rights, including the right to marriage. If the government fails to uphold these rights, it becomes the responsibility of the courts to ensure equality and justice for all citizens. Key terms: objectivity, neutrality, anonymity, dedication to public service, tolerance, acceptance, empathy, compassion, antipathy, apathy, sympathy, empathy, sincerity, perseverance, courage. Previous year questions here. 1. Discipline generally implies following the order and subordination. However, it may be counterproductive for the organization. Discuss. 2017. 2. Examine the relevance of the following in the context of civil service. A. Transparency. B. Accountability. C. Fairness and justice. D. Courage of conviction. E. Spirit of service. 2017-74. PRAHAAR Redefined 3.0 Ethics. Chapter 7 Emotions and Intelligence. When awareness is brought to emotions, power is brought to our life. Tara Mayer Robson. Anyone can become angry, that is easy, but to be angry with the right person at the right time and for the right purpose, that is not within everyone's power, and that is not easy. Aristotle. What really matters for success, character, happiness and lifelong achievements is a definite set of emotional skills, your EQ, not just purely cognitive abilities that are measured by conventional IQ tests. Daniel Goleman. Introduction. Emotions are generally understood as intense feelings, favorable or unfavorable, that are directed at someone or something. Example: happiness, sadness, fear, disgust, anger, surprise, etc. Three key elements of emotions: subjective experience. These are the personal experiences of emotions that can vary. For example, anger, which can range from mild annoyance to blinding rage. Physiological response. It refers to the result of the autonomic nervous system's reaction to the emotion we are experiencing. For example, shifts in heartbeat, blood pressure, etc. Behavioral response. It can be referred to as the actual expression of the emotion. It is the outward signs of internal reactions. For example, smile, laugh, frowned brows, etc. Difference between emotions and feelings. Even though both the terms are used similarly, feeling is used to refer to a person's private emotional experience or self-perception of a specific emotion. When an event occurs, one first responds automatically at a physical level even without awareness, emotion, and then registers or evaluates this feeling. Feelings are created by emotions. Example: when one sees a snake nearby, their heartbeat, breathing, perspiration, physiological arousal, might increase immediately, causing the action of running away. Only later might one realize that the feeling they experienced was fear. Classification of emotions: primary and secondary emotions. Primary emotions are the direct emotional reactions to a situation and come first. A secondary emotion is an emotional response to a primary emotion. For example, if a person becomes sad because someone has said something hurtful, then sadness is primary emotion, and if that person is getting angry due to sadness, then anger is secondary emotion. Positive and negative emotions. Emotions like joy, interest, love, etc. that are pleasurable to experience are called positive emotions. They open up new possibilities and build up our personal resources. While negative emotions are those that we do not find pleasurable to experience. Example: anger, distress, etc. However, negative emotions can also be valuable and constructive sometimes. For example, if anger is channelized in the proper direction, then it can bring good results. Characteristics of emotions: response to an event. Emotions are experienced in response to a particular internal or external, tangible or intangible actions, events. This response involves physical arousal in the body, heart rate, blood pressure, perspiration, release of hormones, etc. For example, a speedy car coming towards us would increase our heartbeat and will cause fear. Motivation to take action. A motivation to take action is activated, i.e., seeking things and activities that provide pleasure and avoiding those that give rise to pain or unpleasantness. For example, a person who has positive emotions, liking, towards ice cream will purchase it. Role of sensations and thoughts. Emotions arise out of our sensations, perceptions and thoughts related to objects, persons and situations. For example, the perception about Taliban rule in Afghanistan, based on the previous rule, is causing Afghan people to leave the country. 75. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Variation in intensity. Emotions vary in their intensity. For example, happiness can be experienced as pleasure and contentment at the lower end of the continuum, whereas excited and thrilled at the higher end of the continuum. Similarly, being irritated and upset are the milder forms of anger, whereas furious and enraged are high-intensity anger feelings. Desirable or undesirable. Emotions can be desirable or undesirable to an individual, depending on whether the said event is perceived as positive or negative, or performs an adaptive function for an individual. For example, joy, love, interest, etc. are positive and desired emotions and anger, distress, etc. are negative emotions. Functions of emotions: intrapersonal functions. They help us guide our behavior and make decisions, so that we can survive as well as function as human beings. For example, happiness promotes creative thinking and expands our focus to allow new ideas. Interpersonal functions. Expression of emotions serves as an indication or signal to others about how one is feeling. For example, showing sadness may stimulate others to show empathy or sympathy. Social and cultural functions. Emotions help in construction and maintenance of societies and cultures. For example, emotions such as trust often act as a social glue that keeps groups together. Decision making. Emotions make decision making swifter as options associated with strong negative emotions are eliminated outrightly. For example, when buying clothes, a person can reject particular colors that she does not like. Thus, to regulate our emotional response, action and intensity of our emotions and to ensure that emotions function in the positive direction, we need a combination of emotions and intelligence, i.e. emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Definition: emotional intelligence, (e) is the ability of the individual to identify one's own emotions and those of others, apply them in thought and action, regulate and manage them. In a nutshell, emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand and manage our own emotions and recognize, understand and influence the emotions of others. It is critical to manage our behavior and decision making. The term was coined by two researchers, Peter Salovey and John Mayer, in 1990 but got popular in 1996 from Dan Goleman's book, Emotional Intelligence. What is intelligence? Intelligence is a set of cognitive abilities which allow us to acquire knowledge, to learn and to solve problems. Salovey and Mayer's four branches of AE. Perceiving emotions, reasoning with emotions, understanding emotions, managing emotions. The first step in understanding emotions is to accurately perceive them. In many cases, this might involve understanding nonverbal signals such as body language and facial expressions. It involves the use of emotions to promote thinking and cognitive activity. It helps to prioritize our attention and reaction. We respond emotionally to things that garner our attention. The emotions that we perceive can carry a wide variety of meanings. If someone is expressing angry emotions, the observer must interpret the cause of their anger and what it might mean. It is a key part of emotional intelligence. Regulating emotions, responding appropriately and responding to the emotions of others are all important aspects of emotional management. Components of emotional intelligence. According to Daniel Goleman, 5 components of emotional intelligence are 76. PRAHAAR redefined 3.0. Ethics. Self-awareness. It is the ability to form an accurate model of oneself, knowledge of one's strengths and weaknesses and understanding how to utilize one's strengths and weaknesses to encash the opportunities that come in one's way. It includes self-confidence, realistic self-assessment and self-deprecating sense of humor. For example, Sachin Tendulkar knew about his strength, i.e. cricket, rather than any other occupation. Self-regulation. It is the ability to regulate one's emotions, thoughts and behaviors effectively in different situations. It includes trustworthiness and integrity. Self-control. Ability to adapt. Openness to change, etc. For example, if a person working in a company wants to take leave but the boss is angry at the moment, then she has to regulate her emotions for some time to ask for leave. For example, due to self-regulation, Gandhiji was able to handle the situation after the Chauri Chaura incident even after facing criticism. Internal motivation. It refers to finding internal reasons to work beyond external rewards like money and status. It includes strong passion for work, ability to counteract disappointment that results from occasional failure and thrive under adversity. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic has put enormous stress on the doctors and they had to find internal motivation to keep working for patients. For example, the scarcity of sports infrastructure in our country requires strong internal motivation for Olympians, Paralympians etc. Empathy. Empathy refers to the ability to imagine oneself in another's place and understand the other's feelings, desires, ideas and actions. It is an act of perceiving, understanding, experiencing and responding to the emotional state and ideas of another person. For example, tribes have certain customary values which are contradictory to the rules of government. Here, empathy in public servants would act as savior for the tribal population. For example, because of empathy, Nelson Mandela was able to recognize the common humanity in all people, even in his enemies. Social skills. It includes proficiency in handling relationships and building social networks, and the ability to find common ground and to build rapport. It includes persuasiveness, tolerance, tactfulness, social memory etc. For example, when an angry